as well as the trust in multilateralism and institutions. Your work will prove, and I'm very confident of this, the critics and the naysayers wrong. Multilateralism still delivers, and it is only through strengthened international cooperation and collaboration that we can truly address the climate crisis. Climate diplomacy can deliver, and it can have impact and results for those who need our work and our support most. So colleagues, you have worked hard. I know you've worked really hard over the course of the last year, and you have represented the interests of your people, your countries, and your regions well. You've dealt with some tough and complex issues, and you have found a constructive way forward. But now is the time to finalize your work. TC5 must deliver a closed text without brackets. This means an agreement on an agile and adequately resourced fund and effective funding to truly respond to the needs of all vulnerable developing countries. The Secretary General expects that your leaders will come to COP28 with contributions, commitments, and pledges to support the newly established Fund for Loss and Damage. Friends, let's keep our eyes on the ball. A credible and just deal will pave the way for a successful COP28. The outstanding design and operationalization issues are not insurmountable. As I said earlier, you have come a very, very, very long way. You are at the final stage of your work, and you should feel empowered to act decisively. The Secretary General has asked your leaders and your ministers to provide you with the flexibility and guidance you need to close the deal in Abu Dhabi. This is a moment for unprecedented leadership and collaboration. We need to keep our eyes on the ball, as I said, and in many instances just set aside our individual or national interests. The billions of people on the frontiers of climate chaos deserve a credible and well-resourced fund. A credible fund that will have the confidence of all parties, our friends from civil society as well, who are in this room, non-party, and all non-party stakeholders. Too many lives and livelihoods are hanging in the balance. Do not risk leaving the decision on the design options of this fund to COP28. Let's turn the promise of COP27 into a reality. The United Nations system, the entire UN system, many of my colleagues are here, and the Secretary General himself are prepared to play our part. He intends to use all of his powers, political powers, but also convening powers to ensure that we can advance this really important issue. Colleagues, let us pave the way for COP28 to focus on receiving early pledges, commitments, and contributions to this transformational fund. And finally, to the two chairs who I know very well, Uti and Richard. You accepted this role wide-eyed, I'm certain, but you've handled it with much dignity and very strong leadership. And I could not think of two other individuals who could bring us to where we are. We owe you, all of us, we owe you a debt of gratitude. And colleagues, your task is simple. Let's close the deal and let our leaders focus on bringing pledges, contributions, and commitments to Dubai. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Selwyn. We'll now proceed with the formal opening of the fifth meeting of the Transitional Committee and begin by acknowledging and welcoming the members who have changed since our last meeting, and our last meeting was only 2 weeks ago in Aswan, where I think several of us really thought that that's when we would close the deal and we would have clean text. However, here we are. Very grateful to the incoming COP presidency and to the United Arab Emirates for hosting us here in Abu Dhabi. So just to inform you about the changes in the membership of the committee at this meeting. So for the developed country parties constituency, we have Mr. Atsushi Kato. He's replacing Mr. Jun Yamasaki. We have Sally Box replacing Mr. David Higgins, and Mr. Jens Fugel replacing Mr. Jaime de Bourbon de Parme. And for the developing country parties constituency from Latin America and Caribbean, we have Mr. Tulio Andrade. He has replaced Mateus Bastos. And from the least developed countries, Mr. Sonam Funso Wangdi will resume the seat from Mr. Manjit Takal and Mr. Habibul Islam Khan. We are very pleased to welcome you. First, would like to acknowledge with gratitude the presence of His Excellency Dr. Sultan Al Jaber, whose presence with us this morning is a testament to his commitment to achieving progress in this very work stream. Excellency, thank you so much for joining us this morning. It is an honor to welcome you to this opening of the fifth and very, very last meeting of the Transitional Committee. Before we proceed any further, we would like to take a moment to pause and honor Professor Saleh Mulhaq, Director of the International Center for Climate Change and Development.
Okay, I see no comments. We can gavel that. The agenda is so adopted.
Okay, then turning to item 3 on the agenda. So this is the report of the Transitional Committee to the Conference of the Parties and the Conference of the Parties meeting as the parties to the Paris Agreement. And this morning we will pick up from where we left off, I believe, at 3 a.m. on 2 weeks ago in Aswan, so where we left off at the TC4. And this item will be, again, the primary focus of our meeting. As you will recall, and surely the co-chairs perhaps recall it better than everyone else, the TC4 was intended to be our last meeting. And despite the considerable efforts and willingness to engage, we ran out of time and were unable to conclude. The TC therefore agreed to convene a fifth meeting with the aim of resolving outstanding issues and agreeing on recommendations to forward to the COP and CMA as per our mandate. Now, to facilitate our discussions towards this end today, we have prepared a co-chair's proposal that includes draft elements to be included in the cover decision, a draft governing instrument of the fund, and draft recommendations in relation to the new funding arrangements. Now, this document builds on the documents circulated at TC4 and the associated discussions that took place during that meeting. We're very aware that members were disappointed that we could not conclude at our last meeting. And again, I believe the co-chairs were the most disappointed people in that room. We therefore hope that the constructive mode of engagement demonstrated by the Transitional Committee throughout this year continues at this meeting, and members have come prepared to compromise and find creative solutions to bridge the remaining divides among the committee. We look forward to working with you for these final 1.5 days so that we can leave this meeting with an outcome that captures all of the hard work undertaken during this year. With this in mind, we would like to turn your attention to the co-chair's proposal, where we have identified as the key outstanding issues to be the location of the new dedicated independent secretariat of the fund, and also the the issue of sources and financial input to the fund. We recognize that this is indeed the first opportunity for you to reflect on the co-chair's proposal, so would like to open the floor for discussion. So the floor is open. Angela, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good morning, colleagues. It's a pleasure to see you once again. First of all, because this is the first time that I take the floor, I would like to thank UAE for organizing this meeting and for bringing us together once again to try to reach consensus in this important matter for all developing countries. Let me also thank the Secretariat for the work done also in the arrangements for our travels, as well as the co-facilitators for the work done and for the proposals that you bring for this meeting and the co-chair's text. And in accordance with the scenario note that you shared with us, I just want to highlight on behalf of my seat that we consider, of course, that the location is key, as well as the sources. But we see with concern that some of the elements that we discussed during TC4 are not well reflected in the final proposal that you bring to us in terms of allocation. So we would like to highlight that for us it's important to have the opportunity to discuss that and to ensure that all developing countries will get access to the fund and the final outcome is well reflected in the allocation part in terms of the final package that we are going to discuss here. Just to highlight that, because for us it's really important to have time to discuss the allocation issue also. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Then I have Sonam, followed by Ali. Please. Sonam, you have the floor.
Thank you, Uti. I'm taking the floor on behalf of the Developing Country Transitional Committee members representing Africa, Asia Pacific, Latin America, and the Caribbean, small island developing states, and the least developed countries. Before I proceed any further, let me also thank the government of UAE for these quick arrangements, making it possible to meet soon after TC4. I would also like to thank the co-chairs for the paper with clearly outlined two options for location of the Secretariat of Loss and Damage Fund. There is a clear pathway to operationalizing the fund. Its scope, eligibility, and operations are straightforward. It needs to be able to provide direct support in form of largely grant-based and non-debt finance to developing countries, particularly vulnerable to adverse consequences of climate change, to help them reconstruct and rehabilitate, including addressing relocation, lost livelihoods, and non-economic losses after extreme weather and significant slow onset events. The board balanced between developed and developing countries and taking its guidance from the COP CMA as an operating entity of the financial mechanism of UNFCCC and Paris Agreement. It should allocate the fund's resources based on criteria and triggers that includes, inter alia, severity of impacts on people, communities, infrastructure, ecosystem of the climate-related event, with flexibility to address the variation in these impacts across developing countries and, and time, from cyclones and flooding to slow onset droughts and land degradation, as well as sea level rise and glacial retreat. If this fund is to have the necessary scale, the COP CMA, as well as the board, must urgently launch a process for the initial core capitalization from developed countries, supplemented by financial inputs from a variety of other sources in line with the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities. It must also engage with all other relevant actors to support aligning their efforts to leverage the impacts of the fund in addressing loss and damage. We must ensure that the administrative and operational arrangements of the fund do not impede direct access to all developing countries, particularly vulnerable to climate change. Developing countries have been clear that our only option is to create a new international institutional arrangement to be called the Loss and Damage Fund. We have listened to our partners and have considered all options for the location of the fund, in particular, the location of the fund's secretariat. We still have an open mind on this matter. We see the location as follows. We can support a modified option 1 with World Bank as an interim location for a predetermined period with a set of conditions that will have to be met with a clear exit strategy for the fund to become an institution separate from the World Bank by the end of such interim period. In order to operationalize these interim arrangements with non-negotiable, predetermined transition, the following steps are needed. The board of the fund shall possess legal personality and legal capacity as necessary for the discharge of its roles and functions, in particular, the legal capacity to negotiate, conclude and enter into legal hosting arrangement with the World Bank for their respective interim trustee and hosted secretariat services. The COP CMA may invite the World Bank to further operationalize the fund's secretariat for an interim period of 2 years, with the fund to be serviced by a new, dedicated and independent secretariat hosted by the World Bank. This is conditional upon the World Bank establishing the fifth in a manner which A, is fully consistent with the provisions and principles of the Convention and the Paris Agreement, as well as the fund's governing instrument. B, the full autonomy of the board of the fund to select the executive director of the fund in line with relevant World Bank human resources policies. C, the fund will establish and utilize its eligibility criteria based on guidance from the COP CMA, including in cases where it differs from the criteria of the World Bank. D, the provisions and principles of the Convention and Paris Agreement, as well as the fund's governing instrument, supersedes the policies, definitions, and classifications of the World Bank in instances where they differ. E, allow developing countries to directly access resources from the fund, including subnational, national or regional entities and small grants funding for communities, consistent with the policies and procedures to be established by the board of the fund and applicable safeguards and fiduciary standards. F, allow for the use of implementing entities beyond multilateral development banks and United Nations agencies, consistent with policies and on individual funding decisions. H, that the World Bank in its role as a trustee, is to invest contributions to the fund on the capital markets to preserve capital and general investment income in line with due diligence considerations. The COP CMA decision should also be explicitly clear that if conditions set out in para 14A to H are not met, the board is authorized to terminate the hosting agreement with the World Bank, upon which the COP and CMA will launch an open, transparent, and competitive process to operationalize the fund as a standalone institution. The COP CMA decision should further explicitly make clear that following the interim period, the fund will be further operationalized as an independent legal entity to provide services to further its mission, with the COP CMA launching an open, transparent, and competitive process to operationalize the fund as a standalone institution in a host country. I thank you.
Thank you, Sonam, for this intervention and for really sort of specifying it in detail. I'm sure that colleagues around the table will want to also look at it in more detail, including on the specific language. Next, I turn to Ali. Ali, you have the floor, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Co-Chair. Allow me to begin by thanking the government of UAE for hosting us and giving us yet another one more chance to discuss and iron out all our differences. And I actually want to stress that it is very important that at this TC meeting we come to a compromise solution and agreement and not leave Abu Dhabi empty-handed. And for that, all of us need to show flexibilities, and with this spirit, I'm hopeful that we'll be able to reach something in 1.5 days, whatever we have left. And secondly, I want to praise yours and Richard's leadership in steering us so far, and especially steering us and leading us from the absolutely last meeting to the very, very last meeting. And I really hope that we don't move to another meeting which is actually last meeting. So it's very important that we agree on something here. Coming to the proposal you have shared, and I fully align with the statement which Sonam has delivered on behalf of all our developing country members. And since we are just giving initial reflections, I'll not go into detail or anything. And what I can say at the moment is I fully align on location and sources with whatever Sonam has delivered. On allocation, I'm supportive of what Angela has said because it's my understanding that the co-chair's text on allocation that missed out some of the elements which were
very strong priorities in this. It was about this idea about expanding the funding base and really sort of break new ground on really looking and finding new and innovative sources and really anchor that strongly as a key foundation of the fund and a way that this fund can get scale. And I think we only see very few places now that it's in the text. It's in the governing instrument part on sources. It's just a few words in part of a bracketed text. So I think to us it's really important that this idea of innovative sources and broadening the funding base comes back and sort of stronger in the language in the final version of the text. Then I think on this issue about focus on the most vulnerable and yeah, sort of including on allocation criteria and eligibility, I think we see that the new section on the allocation system, and I think there are some good things in that section, and we like sort of that list of sort of priorities that the board needs to take into account in designing the system. But we still see this as really the bare minimum. I think we would have liked to see some stronger measures that ensure that really sort of the needs of the most vulnerable, and particularly LDCs and SIDS, are addressed and given priority. And I think we still like that idea that I think we also supported earlier, that we still see sort of as a bracketed option now in the text of having this sub-fund that is focusing on LDCs and SIDS. And I think this is not just related to ensuring that there is sort of a sort of dedicated allocation of funds for those most vulnerable countries, but it's also to sort of have a place where we can sort of design some access modalities that are really sort of designed to take into consideration the special challenges and circumstances of those countries. Then on the fund and sort of the location part, I think our preference was really to have a fund located within the World Bank as a fifth three, and I think we see the text now with this sort of interim solution with conditions as a good compromise, and I think we would like to sort of to go with that. I think the way I've understood sort of the way the World Bank has already given some reassurance that it will actually fulfill those conditions we have put up, I think is promising, and I think at least we have been sort of reassured that it is an option that works. So we would really like to go with that option. I heard the intervention from you, Sonam, and I'm not sure I fully understood the implications of those changes that you introduced. So I think we need to perhaps have that in writing or have sort of that option clarified. But did I understood it correctly that there was something about having a clear exit strategy or something? I'm not sure I understood what the idea was, and I'm perhaps not sure I understand how in sort of an intermediary or sort of interim solution with the World Bank as host works if the endpoint is given as a standalone fund. But I would like to hear more about how that works. Yeah, I think I'll stop here. I just want to make sort of one point on perhaps a smaller but nevertheless important issue, and that's I think we have seen that there was a mention of human rights in the previous part of the text that we would really like to see coming back, and also that I think there was sort of an innovative idea of sort of having seats for observers from indigenous peoples on the board that we don't really understand why it has been taken out of the proposal as it is now, that we would also like to see reconsidered again. Thank you.
Thank you, Jens. And if you're struggling with the echo like I am in this room, perhaps if you just put your headphones, that at least sort of helps to some extent. That if you happen to have your headphones, like so, and if not, we'll see what we can do about it. We'll indeed take this round of general comments. We welcome brief comments, obviously, if we don't want to spend until lunchtime here. And if indeed a previous or a previous speaker has already addressed some of the issues, you can just sort of refer to that without making the elaborate point again. Just to stress also the approach that Richard and I have taken in preparing the co-chair's proposal is that in areas where we feel that it will not be possible to reach consensus, we have put those in brackets or we have simply left out that text. But well, let's cross that bridge when we come to it. Next I have Diane, followed by Laurence.
Thank you, Co-Chair, and I would like to take this opportunity to say thank you to UAE for bringing us back here, as well as the Secretariat for the UNFCCC who really made this happen. We would have attended the pre-COP, and at the pre-COP we heard our leaders clearly. They want us to do something that can really shake things up and move faster. Haj and I consulted with our AOSIS chair, and as you heard in their intervention, you know, our default position has always been, and that we haven't changed, that we will have a standalone fund. However, we are here to work together with everybody else, but as Selwell pointed out in the introduction, there is a trust issue. And that's not only a trust issue, but there is an issue of that the World Bank, for example, needs to be reformed. We have heard from many governments that they are pushing for this reform, and we believe that it will occur. But I think that the trust is an issue, and for small and developing states, if it does not occur, for whatever reason, we'll get locked into an organization that have traditionally not wanted to work with us. And so there's a lot of risk for especially our smaller states and smaller economies, and we're a little bit concerned about that. So we would propose, I would like G77 just to explain that we want to make sure that we have an interim arrangement that, that we can opt out of, and if it depends on a board decision, then it means that we are locked in forever and ever. And we want it to be a true interim, and we want to see the World Bank make the changes and then come to a decision based on the changes that the World Bank would have made, whether or not we will stay with the bank or go with the initial option of a standalone. In other words, the bank has to perform. I think it's incumbent on all of us to not assume that the bank and the culture of the bank and the staff of the bank want to be reformed. We don't think that they do. There's a lot of power that these people hold over our developing countries. And there's no history. The history of people relinquishing power just like that is not really that prevalent. And so there's a huge risk that no matter what the might of the government of the United States that promise and other developed countries, there will be that issue. So I think we should set up a tone for the World Bank that will help all of our efforts to have them reform, to make sure that they know that they have to compete and they have to deliver and they have to perform. It's a performance-based arrangement, and they need to understand that this is what it will take. So this is what we would like to see from small and developing states, and we're hoping that we can, this is not an issue, like I said, we will work with whatever we can come together with. But I think if we are looking for performance-based output, we need to structure the text to suggest that. With respect to the funding arrangement, I'm in agreement. I wanted to see more. I wanted to see more. We wanted to see more in that section because we believe that that section brings a lot of resources to the table. And so, but we are happy to stick with what it's there, but we would like to propose that we put in an element, co-chairs of review and evaluation, because we have in the funding arrangement that we're going to increase funding, we're going to do more, we're going to do all of those things, and we need to put a system in place to measure them. We can see a role of the Standing Committee on Finance to start tracking the loss and damage fund that is being delivered throughout the arrangements, and just like it would have done for the BA. With respect to, I agree with the human rights, we need to put that in. This is unique to all the funds we have created, this is particularly unique. And most of our projects and programs will be a category A. And so we have to put a lot of safeguards up front that we know that we have to honor quickly and pre-assess really quickly so we can disperse funds quickly. And I do agree that this fund should be innovative, and if we want to attract more funding from different sources and a variety of sources, it will look good to have an additional 2 seats for those people who will be providing those additional funds. We don't have to pre-state who the seats will go to, but I think seats under the Paris Agreement, we do have non-state actors performing a role, and I can see something there for them. And finally, on behalf of AOSIS, allocation system is key for us. It doesn't make any difference for us to have a fund unless we have a strong allocation system for LDCs and SIDS on the floor. We are not prepared to agree to any fund that does not have strong language to guarantee that we will get the funds that we have. We have gone along in solidarity in the formation of the GCF and on all of the other funding arrangements and stuff like that, and we still only get around 2% of the funds. The reason why small and developing states is pushing for a loss and damage fund is not that we can get this whole new pot of money. This is a failure. I said it before, we failed to adapt, and now we have to do loss and damage. And we cannot accept any tax that does not guarantee adequate floor for small and developing states, because this, or else this fund would not make any sense to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. Next, I have Laurence, followed by Georg. Laurence, please.
Thank you, Uti. Good morning, co-chairs. Good morning, colleagues. Thank you very much to the UAE for providing the space, creating the space for us to finish this very important work. And you can count on Canada to work with you to get this to the finish line. Thank you, co-chairs, for this last iteration. I think there is many good things in it, but one thing that, quite frankly, make our hearts sink a bit is we feel that there has been no, please. There has been, quite frankly, a major step back on key parameters that are needed to ensure that the fund actually does what we all intended to do, which is to help the most vulnerable address loss and damage. Those, as Selwyn was saying earlier, those who are at the front line. And really the current version really walks back on what are frankly minimal provisions that we had seen before to ensure that the fund genuinely engages with and is responsive to the realities, the needs of the most vulnerable people. We did not see the minimum language that we would want to make sure that the fund's operations adopt a human rights-based and gender-responsive approach. This, for us, is, as I said, it's a major step back. It's also, it doesn't make sense in the context of what this fund is supposed to deliver. And oftentimes in this process, we think that that ambiguity or silence is progress. This is not an area where we would see silence as being progress. And similarly, the idea of making sure that the fund is really able to engage with the right people. We've lost in the board composition the presence of indigenous people, the presence of civil society organizations. Again, for us, a board composition that is stuck in the past is not able to meet the challenge of today and the challenge of the future. You said that we should build on the points that were made by others, so we would agree with the point that was made by colleague Jens before around the sources. We would want to make sure that the fund is able to meet the needs at scale, and so we need to look at ways that go beyond what we've been doing before. And then finally, I'm sorry, Sonam, I could not hear well your proposal, and thank Diane for trying to outline a bit more, at least the intent behind it. I think we would still want to have a chance to look at it. But, you know, we are among the countries who had expressed support for the World Bank in our view to ensure speedy delivery. We have heard very, very clearly the concerns around this table by many members on what were the limitations of the World Bank. I think, if I understood you correctly, Diane, your points around ensuring that the performance of the bank gives confidence for the board to continue to work with them or to look for other options. I think this is something in the spirit that we would want to work with you on. But again, because I have not seen the text, I think it just needs a bit more unpacking. Thank you. Oh, sorry, and very last point. I could not agree more with Diane on the point on allocation for LDCs and SIDs. This is absolutely, absolutely important for us.
Thank you, Laurence. Next, I have Georg, followed by Gayan, who's here with the tiniest possible. That's okay. That's okay. I will take Georg first. So I'll come back to you in a minute. Yeah, take your time. No worries. Georg, please.
Thank you, Uti. Let me also thank the UAE for the gracious hosting of us for this meeting. I've actually been here since Monday, and everything is put very nicely in place for us to work as good as we can. So thanks again for that. I'd also like to thank the co-chairs for your work since we left Aswan. And I think the proposal that you put out for us is certainly something that we can work on basis of. So I think that text it does reflect the progress on in our discussions and shows that we are getting close to finalizing our work. And I'm certainly here to work for us to pass the finish line by close of business tomorrow. But we're not completely there yet. I see that you have identified two particular issues in your scenario note and in the text. And on location, I see the options that you have laid out for us. I don't want to repeat now in the room the arguments for why I believe that we should go towards hosting the fund in an existing institution. That is the World Bank. But I'm very happy to discuss the framing of this in order to make that approach acceptable for those that have concerns, including those that Diane raised. I see this issue of conferring international legal capacity and personality has come up, and in our discussion, I really need to understand better what the actual need for this is, what this is supposed to solve, and also how includes the question of whether this is something that really just can happen through a decision by the COP CMA. And I will be happy to discuss that. On the financing sources, again, I see the options that you have laid out, and I won't repeat the views that I have expressed on this earlier. They have not changed. But again, I also look forward to discussing this and come to an agreement here in Abu Dhabi. But there are also some other issues that I would like to mention. And first of all, it's around the scope of the fund. I'm very firm that we have to have a fund that focuses on priority gaps in this existing landscape of institutions. And I don't think we're there yet in the way that it's framed now. Not to go into detail, but I think certainly on paragraph 5 and 7, for instance, I think those are paragraphs that partly completely overlaps each other. And certainly paragraph 7, if you read it in detail, in my view, it's partly nonsensical. Sorry to say that, but I think we need to fix that. Also on the board composition, there has been a change from what the draft we had in Ashwan, and I do not think that it reflects the composition or balance that certainly we have asked for. And this is also, I have to say, it's also linked to the participation of non-party stakeholders, indigenous people in particular, and the language on how the board will ensure engagement of such stakeholders, in my view, is too weak, so we would like to see that strengthened. Also, like others have mentioned, compared to the version we had and we're working on in Ashwan, we have lost references to human rights, also on gender, in the fund's objective and purpose, and again, also the reference to vulnerable group, including youth in some places have fallen out, which I assume is partly by mistake. There are also some other elements that we would like to see adjusted, and we'll just wait for your guidance, co-chairs, on how we can also engage on these issues beyond what, again, you have identified, which are, of course, important regarding location and the financing sources. Thank you.
Thank you, Georg. Next, I'll turn to Gayan, who wins the prize of coming to TC meeting accompanied with the youngest advisor ever, I believe. Gayan, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. I will be very short. Firstly, thank you. Let me just say my appreciation for organizing this fifth additional meeting to United Arab Emirates, to our friends and colleagues, because this is very important. As I just thank that our team, dream team, with all leadership of Richard, of many of them, and Simon, that I spent my whole last pregnancy with these master classes of reading these best individual ideas. So I grow up with my knowledge of all these things, so thank you very much. Ensure the maternity that I should take care of babies, but I was reading and understand that this is very important discussion and thought, and this is very important that we still want some independency for this foundation. Still understand that it is very important to have this bridge before independency. Maybe World Bank is a good umbrella, but we are looking forward for independency, because I think independence fund can create some new opportunities, yeah? So I appreciate that we think about that maybe some few years, and then the fund can be independent. This is very important. About thinking and thoughts about the EEG group and developing countries, this is very important that to ensure that the administrative and operational arrangements of the fund do not impede direct access to developing countries, yeah? For sure, making accent to the most vulnerable countries. We talk a lot about this, but again, taking into consideration that I represent the EG group and developing countries and most vulnerable countries, so this is very crucial, important. Again, saying these appreciation words, I just want to mention that we're still looking forward to the understanding of the location, yeah, of the foundation. This is very important. It will be very ambitious if I will tell that one day maybe it will be EG countries, but not now, because we have still many issues inside that we need to decide about COP29 and more other things. But it's very important that we want to find something new, yeah, yes, because the one that we have, all the things that we have, maybe they are good in some part, but they have still some issues in the same places. So we need to solve this problem. Again, very important new institutions and and thank you for this conversation about Diana and Lawrence about allocation, because I really agree with this and want to also hear more about this, yes, what we can think about and how we can do about that. And again, I don't want to be very long, but talking about developing countries, we were looking for some new options, as I remember, in our TC3, how we can make this access more easier, because again, I'm thinking about more regional cooperation and access to the foundation. But now, for this moment, when we try to do something like this, the bureaucracy ruins it. And again, talking about like government already, not a TC member, when you start something, you never end this, because the changing of this turbulency of government change, so you can never take one step and bring it to the end. So we need to manage also these things, yeah, because we need some regional programs, projects, access to the foundation, and maybe this will also solve some inside of groups circumstances. So thank you very much again to all members. Thank you for having me here and to take me as a little member of this. Sorry that I haven't been with you. I was miss you very much. Hope to talk and chat with you during our lunchtime. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gayan. Next, I'll turn to Christina, followed by Mo. Christina, please.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Richard and Uti, for your leadership over this last year. I want to thank also the UAE for hosting us here for this 5th and hopefully last meeting, and also the Secretary for all the hard work you've been doing. Diane, congratulations on your baby. As a fellow mother, having brought newborns to work in this context, I know it's not easy, so I really, hats off to you and congratulations. The United States is ready to be flexible and find compromises here, so we can find a way forward and send a complete package to Dubai. On the issue of location, since it's come up in previous interventions, I wanted to say a few words on that first. We landed on the 5th3 model at TC3 because we thought with the World Bank's existing capacity, that capacity would allow it to do something different than we've done before. Those two different things would be, the first is to deliver direct budget support, and the second is to screen implementers for functional equivalency of financial, environmental, and social standards in order to avoid an accreditation process. The arguments and the concerns expressed, however, at TC3 and TC4 fully understand and appreciate. And the compromise that was put forward in Aswan, therefore, it does seem like a reasonable place to land. That would be, as we understand it, Proposal 1 in the current text, where we establish the fund as a fifth hosted at the bank with a set of clear conditions that would help us ensure that the fund can operate through all the modalities and with the independence that we have discussed as a transitional committee. And then after a set number of years, the board can then make a recommendation to the COP and CMA on whether the Secretariat would remain at the bank or be moved to another institution or reestablished as a standalone institution. I just had a quick clarification question to the G77 from Sonam's intervention. By clear exit strategy, just wanted to confirm if you are referring to paragraph 21 in the current text. We would see paragraph 21 as that sort of exit strategy, making clear that if the conditions are not met, the board can take a decision to make a recommendation, and there are options, including a standalone entity after that. Co-chairs, I want to now go directly into the text itself. I know you've been both working very hard since Aswan, and I do not envy your jobs. That said, the text fails to capture the progress we were making in Aswan. And in fact, I do believe it does take us backwards in the sense that it doesn't fully capture what we felt were the areas of progress we were making, including and especially on that last day and the last evening. I want to highlight 7 of those areas from the text in the order they appear in your new text. The first is the paragraph on scale. We said this at TC4. This is not within the scope of the TC's mandate. We don't understand why it's what's in there still, even if it's bracketed. Second, the section on legal status as drafted, as we said at TC4 when this language first appeared, is unacceptable. What is in there is not legally available, and we'll also need to include an option that links up with the proposal for a World Bank-hosted FIF with conditions and an exit strategy as defined by paragraph 21. Third, on board composition. Currently in this text, it has removed all the seats for non-party stakeholders. And I really want to implore this group, is that really something that we can't reach consensus on? There was support for these non-party voting members on the board at TC4. Now, we can demonstrate flexibility and drop the other parts of our proposed composition from TC3, including our language about seats for contributors. But I really want to ask, can we please keep the seats for Indigenous peoples, for civil society, philanthropy, and the idea proposed at TC4 for representation from climate migrants? The board composition also has significant implications on decision-making and the operation of the fund. With the current composition, we can't accept a non-consensus decision-making structure. Fourth, on the sub-funds, all of our proposed text is entirely gone, despite many members at TC4 speaking in support of this. The sub-funds we had proposed clearly demonstrated the operational modalities and the disbursement model for the fund using a programmatic approach for slow onset events, joining with other institutions when packages were being put together on recovery and reconstruction to enhance grant-based funding, as well as increasing the concessionality. And finally, providing the additional support for small markets where capacities are especially limited. Without any of this language, it's entirely unclear for us how the fund would operate. Fifth, the section on financial inputs. The option from the previous text that invites parties in a position to do so has been entirely removed without explanation, while we have a bifurcated edition that isn't even a legally available option. That language that has been added refers to obligations. As I've said many times before, there is no obligation for any party or subset of parties to finance loss and damage under the Convention or the Paris Agreement. You would need to make an amendment to the Paris Agreement, and then we would all need to ratify. We have supported language at TC4 that would invite contributions from a wide variety of sources. It's not reflected. We had viewed that language as a bridging. We had expressed flexibility in finding other formulations. None of that has appeared in that text. The text that is currently bracketed that makes clear one of the preconditions for establishing these new funding arrangements, including a fund, that this is based on cooperation and not liability or compensation, is now bracketed. And not only bracketed, but articulated as an option that says the board has determined financial inputs for developed countries to reflect CBDR and historic responsibility. This is absolutely unacceptable. The understanding of cooperation and facilitation was a precondition to this agenda item. The fact that it is on the table to be negotiated is a non-starter for us. 6, on allocation, the text has been streamlined significantly, but has removed vulnerability and lumped the allocation floor for LDCs and SIDS in a list with other issues. We think it should be separated and made clear, and added a completely new paragraph on thresholds for recovery and reconstruction that we had not seen before. The small group in Aswan was making good progress on this issue, and that is not reflected in what we see in this text. Finally, 7th, on funding arrangements. I'm happy to see that a handful of concrete actionable recommendations in the current text on funding arrangements. That being said, we and other TC members submitted a set of recommendations that we thought were impactful, and I don't understand why some of the recommendations we suggested in Aswan have been cut for no clear reason. At the same time, a new section has been inserted in Annex 2 on the fund and a related paragraph in the board functions, which entirely changes how the fund will work with the funding arrangements. We're supportive of the fund playing a key role in the funding arrangements, including developing an approach to engage with others. But this language currently asks the fund to create criteria for the institutions which are allowed to be part of the mosaic, which runs counter to the aim of engaging all the relevant actors working to respond to loss and damage. Co-chairs, this new paper does not reflect the progress we made in our 4+ days in Aswan. We're keen and committed to work with you and everyone here to complete our work in Abu Dhabi and find the areas of compromise that would allow us to do that. I'm grateful for this first session. It's been helpful to hear this first round of interventions to get a sense of views on the paper. I think it's critical for you as co-chairs to fully understand our positions. In terms of the way forward, keen to hear from you. I assume that there'll be time for consultations. There'll be time to see a revised draft to be more reflective of really where the progress has been to date. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. Next, I have Mo, followed by Heike. Mo, please.
Thank you so much, and co-chairs, and thank you, UAE, for the generous hosting and for taking us again for yet additional meeting and allowing for it to be like in this beautiful city and with this generosity. So thank you again, UAE, and thank you, co-chairs, for the paper that you have provided us. We fully support the paper, and I think it is reflective of many of the discussions, not on country positions, but I think in most of its elements, if not the majority of them, except the ones with options, reflects potential lending areas for us. And I hear colleagues now reopening stuff. I think we have only a day and a half. If we start putting forward our positions again, we can all do that. And we can do it, and we will not have any outcome, and then we'll carry the responsibility as 24 members and 2 co-chairs, not only in front of the COP or the COP incoming presidency, but in front of the people who have been waiting for this and expected that the agreement in Sharm el-Sheikh would provide them with a beacon of hope that we are listening to them, rather than we are really trying to push forward political positions and other stuff. I think in your note where you identified that the issue of housing, and I'm again stressing that housing and not creating a fund that was already established in Sharm el-Sheikh is something that we need to work around with the common understanding that it was established, but now we are trying to find a place for it to operationalize it, and not to redesign it. And the issue of designing this fund is up to us here sitting in this room, and then we would look at who will be able and capable to respond to what we agree to, rather than what I'm hearing from colleagues. We are trying to accommodate one institution of what the institution wants, be it on the legal personality, be it on sources, and then once we do that, then they can accept us. I think we are it seems that we are in a different understanding here. The issue of the hosting of the World Bank came in a later stage. Our mandate, when I check on the mandate, I don't see anything that says we should accommodate the World Bank. What I see is that we need to operationalize the fund, create the right elements that allows it to deliver for the particularly vulnerable developing countries. I don't see it there saying that those are the elements that the World Bank would like to see, so we have to work around them, so we provide something that the World Bank would be happy with. I think that what Ambassador Sunam have put forward is clear understanding and coming forward and very progressive elements that we think we can work within and discuss around. But what I'm hearing is, like, again, positions being put forward, be it on membership, be it on allocation, be it on legal personality. I mean, those elements, if you want to engage on, we are more than willing. I don't know if the UAE is willing to host us for a week or 10 days, and then we don't agree at the end also still. Or you want to take the responsibility as TC members to come out with that. Having said that, very quickly, just to respond and highlight some of the elements. I don't think that we should come out with something that does not say what is the scale of the fund that we are working on. Even giving an indication, this is a very important element. Even if you are going to the World Bank, which is what the developing countries are showing some flexibility on, the World Bank needs to know what this fund is, what those parties who have asked me to house this fund, what is the scale of this fund. But if you are quiet, then this scale could be between, I don't know, at 10 million, like what the LDCF has, and 200 billion, like what others are asking. So we need to work on the scale. And the scale, I think, it's what is in the paper gives us the right starting point. On the legal status from this seat, as we said before, this is a very important element. We are not asking the World Bank to create a fifth. We are asking the World Bank to house a fifth. And this is clear in the position that was put forward by developing countries. And it seems that we are talking across each other and not listening to each other. This is a very important element for us, together with being an operating entity. On the composition of the board, I think there is a merit of bringing the issue of non-voting observers, but we need to work around it, and I think we have in the GCF, we have the right formulation, we can work around it, but we also need to make sure that those observers are coming, or the majority of them are coming from developing countries, because those are the ones who are being impacted, and those are the representatives of those people who have been impacted. We were very clear in TC4, and it seems that some of us forgot what happened in TC4, that the issue of sub-funds is a no-go for developing countries. So if we want to reintroduce them, that's fine. You can, as I said again, we can all reintroduce our stuff again and bring it forward and put it and then add to the text and make this good starting point text, a very long text with a lot of inputs and red lines and strike-throughs and so on and so forth. On the financial inputs, my understanding when we left Aswan, that there was no agreement in the small group. I don't know, colleagues are saying there was an agreement in the small group. My understanding was there was no agreement in the small group. So here it seems that people who were like small group who were sitting in the same room didn't have the same understanding inside this room. So this is, I think, that's why you have identified this as one of the main elements that we need to discuss as members, but we have to be very clear on that. On the allocation, I think there was an understanding in the room, and that's why we all want to work on the text that was presented, that was agreed by everybody, with the right text that was agreed and put forward. So I think here you have two different status of two different things. On the funding arrangements, the problem is that we can all add recommendations there. But what comes out of the funding arrangements is agreed by all of us here in the 24 members. So we cannot just add lists of what we and each seat would like to see in funding arrangements, just add them, and then it becomes a list of recommendations that we don't know who is it going to, by the way. So we don't know, again, we haven't seen this platform of who constitutes the funding arrangement sitting together, so we know, am I talking to the World Bank, or should we be talking to the African Development Bank, or am I talking to the Adaptation Fund, or, I mean, if I don't know who I'm talking to, how can I formulate a recommendation, unless it is my expectation and my thinking of what would we say for the world in terms of funding loss and damage. And there you can have like 5, 6, 7, 8 pages, and we can ask also other stakeholders or providers, so what do you think? But I think what we tried to do in this paper and in the previous discussions is to put an initial set of recommendations that make sense for anybody who works on loss and damage, initial set, and then we leave it to the parties if they want to add that. When we go to the COP, then if they can add to the list of recommendations, and then in the process, once the process is established. But once the process is established, we need to know who are we establishing this process for. And we have been talking about this since TC2. What are we creating? Who is sitting there? How do you define the funding arrangement? So I find it very strange if you don't agree on an entity that would put the criteria for who will be sitting in this funding arrangements, platform, council, whatever you call it, who will be sitting there. Otherwise, I said before, if you are having a list of all those institutions who work on loss and damage, everybody's claiming that they work on loss and damage. So we have like a list of 300, 400 people sitting in a room on one big table, and it doesn't make sense. So we believe that there has to be criteria. If we don't agree to the criteria in details, then we need to give it to an entity that we know will be working and focusing only on loss and damage. They develop this criteria, they put it to us under the COP and the CMA, we agree to it, and then the process starts. With a starting point of some, which were identified, I think, in the document, but not just like an open-end process. Those are my main points. I think if you want to deliver in the 2 days that we have and nights, so if you add like the number of hours, which is limited anyway, we should be focusing mainly on the issues that we have problem was, which is the housing. Again, it's not a creation or establishment by anybody else, it's the housing. And the issue of the sources, and the issue also how can we accommodate the bringing in the right stakeholders to be non-voting observers or non-voting board members within the board, looking at what the GCF has already put forward. On the issue of human rights and others, of course, we can work around elements there, but then many rights have to be highlighted, including the right to development, including other rights. So it is a long list of elements that we're happy to work with and we can work with. If colleagues have specific language, they can give us, and we also have specific language that we can bring in, including the rights of climate displaced people and including the rights of migrants. All of those are very important rights when we come to discussing climate change. Right to development, of course, is on top of it, and responsibilities, of course. It's only rights, it's rights and responsibilities. So this is something that we can also work on. But at the end, again, thank you so much, co-chairs. Thank you so much, UAE. We tried to accommodate and push the work here by 2 meetings in Egypt, and we created the enabling environment. Unfortunately, it was not enough, but I'm sure the extra hospitality given by the UAE here and the presence of the COP president designate gives the right indication that we have to deliver among ourselves in the spirit that we created since TC1, which is we are listening and not talking across each other, but we're listening to each other and really working on the elements that are crucial now, not reopening many of other elements. I'll stop there and ready to work and engage if there is a real sense of responsibility and commitment to deliver, and not just a sense of repeating. Thank you.
Thank you, Mo. And yes, I mean, also thank you for the hospitality that Egypt has shown to the TC. And yes, I mean, we really wanted to close this at TC4, and it wasn't for the conditions, for the enabling conditions. I mean, I think they were absolutely perfect for that. But anyway, next I have Heike followed by Sally. Heike, please.
Thank you very much, co-chair. Thank you, colleagues. Also would like to extend my thanks to UAE, to the Secretariat, again to the co-chairs, and to all our fellow TC members. It's very good that we have the opportunity to fulfill our mandate and deliver on what we were asked to do, and happy for the opportunity. The German-Irish seat is fully committed to deliver a clean text and a joint outcome. And from our perspective, Mo, I think talking to each other, exchanging views in the spirit of solving problems is the first step. So not going on with this like for 2 days, but start doing it and solving then the important problems. I think the perspective that this seat took all the last couple of months on our task here is that we really need to deliver for impact. So what is the coherent, the improving landscape of funding arrangements and the fund that we need to deliver better? And what is the structure, the scope, the instruments of the fund to deliver for impact for the particular vulnerable countries in an efficient and effective way, in the scale that we need, and closing the priority gaps. So I just highlight my North Star for the seat. That is then also how we look at the text. And do we have everything in front of us that allows us then to deliver on impact? And I think all of us have done an awful lot of work. We listened to each other, we learned a lot from each other, changed perspectives, and I struggle a bit to find all of our work so far in the text. And I will just highlight, colleagues already highlighted some of the points, and really the perspective, deliver for impact. So an inclusive and human rights-based approach, that is still something, looking at the board, looking at language in the text that we feel strongly about. A coherent mosaic, coherent landscape, where the fund is a key player, fully acknowledging that, but not the one coordinating everything and defining what is the landscape. So this is really something where we don't see the mandate of the fund and struggle with the proposed new language. Talking about a fund that is fit for purpose, attractive also for scale of funds, that is at the heart of the two options or the two open issues that the co-chairs put in front of us. So talking to location first, and happy also to learn, like others, a bit more of the new language, see it in writing that Sonam proposed. But from what I understand also from Diane's additional explanation is that you feel strongly on having sincere and honest conditions attached to the interim World Bank fifth solution. And that is also a sincere interim solution with paragraph 21 then leading to a board decision and then different outcomes. And I can fully agree with this notion. I mean, from how I looked at the option 1, it is a forward-leaning already and quite ambitious timetable also for the World Bank. I mean, 2 years are not like big a timeline, but happy to look into the details of what you are proposing in addition to that. So clearly, we want the World Bank to deliver. We want it to be about honest conditions, sincere review. But I also want to see language that is not setting up this interim option for failure. So it has to be sincere on both accounts. So that is really something that we need to see in writing to be able to assess it fully. But if that is the spirit, so this is I can relate to. And just to add on location, being here at the pre-COP, being able to read social media, I hear this notion of being pushed into the corner of having to take the World Bank option. And actually, this is not what I have been experiencing during the last couple of months. Is the World Bank an option where we don't have worries, where we don't have questions? I do hear the direct access, of course, and other things, but it's about choices. Has it been the only choice that I could be willing to agree on? Never, and you never heard me say that. And so the narrative on being pushed in a corner, I think, will not serve us and our joint purpose well, and it's not reflecting fairly on our discussions. So that on location, on sources. I think our objective here, as others have said, is really to put the fund up for success, to deliver on the necessary scale and impact, to deliver in the 21st century. And therefore, from our perspective, to have the fund get financial inputs from all parties in a position and willing to do so, fully acknowledging, recognizing that capacities have evolved and will evolve, continue to evolve over time, is something that we feel important to set up the fund for success, for funding at scale. And I say this again, and you heard me say this, in a position from Germany, I hear colleagues asking, you want to have this language because then you, for example, as Germany with public funding, don't want to continue funding. And I say this as a seat who is fully committed to have its fair share. We are fully committed in all elements of climate finance and continue to do so. But we strongly believe that it has to be set up for success in the 21st century with the evolving capacities of all parties. And then one last remark on allocation. Others have spoken to it. I can align fully with what Diane also has said on this, while acknowledging, and I've done so before, that there are vulnerabilities in different situations in different countries. And we spoke also to the Pakistan example that often comes to mind. So therefore, looking at the impact related to the capacities of countries, the scale of the events, and then looking not only as LDC and SIDS, but also other countries that in this respect are vulnerable, is something that we have always been talking about. Just to highlight that. I can support others saying that the board personality, I don't understand how we could manage that, legally not possible. Operating entity, I've spoken to that, that is not an option when we look at the text now, and also the scale in brackets, not acceptable for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Hake. Next I have Sally, followed by Tulio, please.
Thank you very much, Uti, and hello, everybody. Thank you to the UAE for your generous hospitality, and thank you very much to the co-chairs. It is really great to be here at my first TC meeting, and I just wanted to say that David Higgins is very sad that he can't be here with you all. He's very much enjoyed working with you this year and is genuinely concerned to be missing out on reaching a consensus outcome here at TC5. So I would like to start firstly by expressing Australia's genuine ambition to close this at TC5. I've been here over the last few days at pre-COP, enjoying the wonderful UAE hospitality, and was listening very carefully to ministers and very much heard their shared ambition to close a consensus text here at TC5. I have followed the process closely, although not nearly as closely as all of you, and can really see how close we are to finding a landing on many issues. So thank you very much, Uti and Richard, for your fast work on updating the text. I'd just like to note that we do have some concerns, but I hope that we can work together as a committee to address these. I'll raise a few key ones, but I'll try to be brief where those concerns have already been raised by other members. And I just want to provide the committee too with the assurance that this isn't an attempt to retreat or to revert to positions, but really seeking to focus on points we had thought we had not agreed at TC4, or indeed on points that we thought had majority support at TC4, but which are not reflected in the current note. So please take these comments in the spirit of taking this conversation forward and not backwards. So firstly, on scope, the language on scope in the governing instrument is something we really must get right, and I want to echo Georg on that. I think as drafted, it's both confusing and creates too much ambiguity. We are very happy to start the section on scope using the sham language, but it's important that it's followed by a very practical text that helpfully guides the board by providing more clarity and nuance on how to take this forward in practice. For example, it's our understanding that we'd agreed that the fund wouldn't duplicate humanitarian efforts, but the current draft text appears as if it would. Our mandate's also clear that we should be considering priority gaps, and so we'd like to see a reference to the fact that in addressing this scope, the fund will seek to do this. It doesn't need to name them all, but it is the directive to the board which is important to us. Secondly, on location, Australia maintains our view that a financial intermediary fund with a new dedicated independent secretariat housed in the World Bank is the most pragmatic option to get things moving quickly. We think we can accept the conditions around the options presented in the note, which we agree are important to addressing the priorities we all have for ensuring that the fund will operate in the way we want it to, including with respect to direct access. I've heard some variations to the proposal put forward by Sanam with some helpful clarifications by Diane in terms of how the conditions were characterised, how the interim arrangements would work, and how the World Bank exit strategy would or wouldn't be triggered. Would be very keen to see that in writing so that we can consider that and carefully respond. But I certainly want to echo Heike's sentiment that we're certainly not pushing this option. We're really just trying to set ourselves up for success. So in the interest of reflecting on both options presented in the note, on the option presented for a standalone fund, I think we would need to see some changes if we were still considering these options. The current text across the governing instrument in that section are not correctly calibrated for such an option. So if that's something we're still considering, we probably need to discuss that. On the board, I share many colleagues' views that we were disappointed to see that the seats for non-parties, particularly Indigenous peoples and women and girls, have been removed. Many of us were quite clear that we were supportive of these seats, even possibly with voting rights. They're really important voices to be heard. We didn't feel like there was strong opposition to this at TC4, so we'd really like to see that as part of the package. We're very glad to see additional seats for LDCs and SIDS. We're very supportive of this. However, we note we also talked about a balanced board, which we had assumed was clear we meant a 50-50 split. Perhaps we should have been a bit more precise because that's not presented in the new text. So just flagging that that's something we'll need to revisit and consider what it might mean for board management and for voting arrangements. On human rights, the TC4 papers had a reference in the section Objectives and Purpose, which referenced that the fund would take a gender-responsive, human rights-based and culturally appropriate approach. The current draft retains the reference to gender responsiveness and cultural appropriateness, but has dropped the reference to human rights. This is a real problem for us. We hope it's just a typo, and as we don't recall anyone asking for its removal at TC4, and we certainly wouldn't understand why. So it would be great if that could be reinserted into this version. On allocation, paragraph 66 seeks to develop and operate a resource allocation system, and it identifies what this system will take into account. We think that the list in paragraph 66 should be read as will take into account inter alia, as we don't really want to limit the board in considering other things of relevance. And I very much support Diane's call for a minimum allocation floor for SIDS, and for us also, from Australia's perspective, for LDCs. On financial inputs and replenishments, on the financial inputs, some of the options are not workable for us, but it's probably pretty clear what those are. So we're really hoping to have an honest and very constructive discussion during this meeting on sources, as we're very keen to close this. We very much think we need to move beyond the discourse we had at TC4 and move beyond the traditional paradigms and find a way to ensure the sources language doesn't hold us up for a successful outcome. I'll refrain from commenting now on the options in detail, but just one minor point. We do note that we hadn't agreed that there would be periodic replenishments at TC4, but this isn't currently bracketed, so we'll need to have a look at that as well. And finally, on funding arrangements, I just would like to echo Christina's comments on lamenting the fact that we somehow ended up with a list of funding arrangement recommendations, which is only a page, when both the EU and the US proposed quite substantive lists. We've never discussed these in detail. It's not really clear to us why many have been removed. Also note that we didn't agree to the content on paragraph 10, Annex 2. That's not workable at all for Australia, and we'll need this removed or recrafted. We think an overly stringent characterisation on the fund, on who the fund gets to coordinate with, is just counterintuitive. We don't see the need to limit it in this way. So thank you, colleagues. Just want to reiterate our willingness to work very closely with you over the next few days. We're really wanting to design a working model for a fund and for funding arrangements. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Sally. Next I have Tulio, followed by Debbie. Tulio, please, you have the floor.
Thank you. And since this is my very first meeting, I would like to just share my sense of responsibility and purpose in joining you, the Transitional Committee, in such an important meeting. And I would also like to echo those who have raised the importance of us achieving a very successful result that will pave the way for the loss and damage mandate that we achieved last year to be successfully concluded in Dubai. So for us, the messages of the pre-COP were very clear. We have to deliver now here in Abu Dhabi so that we can leave the space in Dubai for the very central work that we need to do in terms of the global stocktake. And the fact that last month the workshop on the global stocktake was very much positive gives us even more responsibility to listen to each other and solve the outstanding issues this week and not leave anything pending for Dubai. We come here representing Brazil's seat with a couple of new developments since the last meeting of the Transitional Committee. The first development is that the severe drought in the Amazon is becoming even more severe, which is enhancing the responsibility of the Brazilian government and reminding us that we need to connect the work that we are doing here with the reality outside. And this year is just a glimpse of what the challenge that we are going to be facing in loss and damage will be. The second set of development is that the Brazilian government undertook very comprehensive consultations with the Brazilian society on issues pertaining to COP28, and obviously loss and damage was at the very core. And the mandate we received was of high expectation of vulnerable communities in Brazil to also benefit with this fund. So this is very clear that there is a very high expectation from the Brazilian society that multilateralism needs to deliver. And then we would also echo the comments made by Selwyn in relation to how our work here will be determinant in terms of giving our societies the response that multilateralism works. We also come here with this very sense of responsibility to recognize science, and the fact that the IPCC does recognize Latin American and the Caribbean as one of the most vulnerable regions in the world is something that we need to take into account here. But we also stand with CITES and LDCs in terms of the fact that we have to be in this together. Our ability to make this fund work is what is going to determine whether we are going to be successful in leaving no one behind. Now, we also listen very closely to a lot of comments, and one really resonated to me, which was Heike's comment on how we need to really update our mindsets to the 21st century. And this is very clear for us, and climate change is going to require us to respond to the complexity of the issue with the agility that our institutions are not ready and used to respond to. So if we take the World Bank, for example, this was an institution that was established in 1944. Most of the governance structures that we have in the UN, they date from almost 80 years. But on the other hand, we have to remind ourselves that principles are to stand the test of time. So it's very clear for us that in the challenge that we have before us, we have to reform the way that we allocate and we reach communities, especially the most vulnerable. We must abide by principles, and common differentiated responsibilities is a very important principle, but it must also be interpreted dynamically. Many of the challenges and hesitation in terms of location for Brazil comes from a trauma of having the World Bank not delivering fully in its mission over the 80 years to eradicate poverty. And the reason why it hasn't delivered that much also makes us ask the same question: will the World Bank be fit for purpose when climate change does not wait? And this is a question that we cannot answer, but we are ready to work with our partners to really understand and ways that we can compromise and we can make the fund to be established as soon as possible. But in order for us to do that, we have to be very sure and make sure that eligibility and income criteria under the convention are going to be overriding those of the World Bank. So the World Bank needs to adapt to the convention, not the other way around. Having said that, the most important comment that we really would like to say in this introductory remark is that we come here with a lot of optimism, especially having heard many of our colleagues with a listening mode. This is exactly what we need. In the GST, the fact that the GST last, in a couple of weeks, changed the mode, came from exactly this approach, and we are very optimistic that we are going to be able to deliver in the next couple of days what we need to. The priority that we need to make is to make sure this fund is operational. And we believe we have a lot of already agreed language that we can work with whenever we are stuck in terms of polarization. But again, we are very happy to be here, and most important, be here in the beginning of this meeting, seeing a lot of flexibility from all of us and a listening disposition. Thank you.
Thank you, Tulio. Next, I have Debbie, followed by Haja. Debbie, please.
Thank you very much, Uti, and good morning, colleagues. It's lovely to be with you all again. I want to begin by expressing my appreciation for the co-chairs, for all the work that you've been doing to get us to this point, which has been challenging, and also a very big thank you to our gracious hosts, the UAE, for hosting us at such short notice here for TC5. And at the outset, I'd also like to emphasise the commitment of the UK to get this job done at TC5. I know there was a very clear message from ministers at the pre-COP on this, and I want to underscore that we really do need to deliver a fund and funding arrangements that can provide the most finance for the most vulnerable people who need it. And we've made, I think, some good progress, and I want to say thank you for the text, but we still do have a way to go. In some areas, I am concerned that we've moved backwards since Aswan, and I agree not all of the progress that we made in Aswan has been captured. I come to the table at TC5 in the spirit of flexibility, but we do need balance in the text, and the text as it stands for me in a number of areas is not balanced. So there are a number of areas that I'd like to alight on in that vein. Firstly, it's been mentioned before, but the loss of human rights safeguards in the text I see as problematic. We're in the 21st century. I have received a variety of approaches from civil society colleagues in my email this morning. I'm sure others have too. I'm very sympathetic to this. We seem to have regressed from Aswan in terms of our attention to human rights, which is going to be very important. Secondly, on scope, there is a reference to funding actions immediately after an extreme event, and that word immediately, I think, could be misinterpreted to imply that this fund will provide humanitarian support and assistance. On the one hand, I definitely understand how context-specific and country-specific loss and damage is, and the UK has been consistently flexible on the scope of the fund from the start, but we've also been absolutely clear that the fund should not be delivering humanitarian assistance. This would create duplication, it would create inefficiencies, it would further fragment the international financial mechanisms. I had understood that the TC was in agreement on this at TC4, in agreement on the principle that we should not be creating further duplication with the humanitarian system, and therefore, for me, the text needs to reflect that point. Linked to scope and under country ownership and access mechanisms, to be frank, I'm concerned that the text as it stands doesn't provide a sufficiently clear description of what the fund will do in order to enable all of us to advocate sufficiently for financial support. Again, this is something I raised at TC4. We really need the board to be able to describe the structure of what they will be doing. It's going to need some structure in order to appeal to funders, and I worry that a lack of structure will, if you like, undermine that appeal at the moment, because those who are funding won't understand what their money is going to buy, which will be complicated when it comes to getting agreements from auditors, from public accounts committees, from parliaments, etc., etc. So structure will be important. Thirdly, on board composition, we advocated for additional seats for LDCs and SIDS on the board. I remain really forthright in that. I think it's very important that this fund delivers for LDCs and SIDS, but we also noted that the board needs to remain balanced at 50-50. Fourthly, on financial instruments, we have paragraph 63 on financial inputs, but there's some confusion, I think, with paragraph 64. I'm not clear why paragraph 63 is required if we've already got wording that the board will set up a policy on how to allocate concessionality. On sources or financial inputs in the text, we've got several references in paragraph 58 and paragraph 62. We've consistently said that we need the fund to be able to operate at scale for the most vulnerable in a manner, as Heike said, fit for the 21st century. And option 2 in the text, provided from the co-chair, doesn't provide the basis for this. And I don't think it is helpful to arbitrarily set out the scale by putting in place these sorts of parameters. And then finally, on location, I just want to say thank you, Sonam. I know you spoke to this area, to this earlier, and to other G77 colleagues for interventions. I didn't quite catch the proposition you made. It would be great to clarify that. I agree with Deanne, there's something incredibly important about ensuring that the fund is held to account in terms of performance, whether it be housed in the World Bank or elsewhere. It does need to have a very strong performance mindset. And I certainly agree with Mo that this feels like an area where we risk still talking past each other and not fully understanding each other. So I would welcome a bit more conversation on this topic. Finally, just to say I'm really keen to understand from the co-chairs what you need from us to help move us forward. I do end where I begin. It's really important that we land an ambitious fund through the best package we can, and I want to get there at TC5. So thank you to you, and I look forward to continuing the conversation.
Thank you, Debbie. And to your last question as to what you need from, or what the co-chairs need from you, I think we need shorter interventions. That would be great. But also, I mean, we're going to take this round, and then we're going to break for coffee briefly, and then I think we will provide hopefully some clarity on the way forward. So next I have Hajia, followed by Albara. Hajia, please.
Good morning, colleagues, and thank you, Uti and Richard.
I would like to extend my appreciation to all your leadership and what you have been doing this entire year with all of us. And I would also like to thank the government of UAE for hosting us and making these very last-minute arrangements for us to be here. So to start off, I would like to thank you for the text that you have produced. And I think this document is a good basis to work on, and we're here to finalize it and send a clean text to COP. And we really don't have the time to open every part of this text, so we should really focus on the big points. Because we want to leave Abu Dhabi with the text that enjoys collective ownership of the work that we've done and take that to COP28. I also support the statements made by the developing countries. Sonam laid it all out for us. And we reiterate the group's statement that we're here with an open mind on the hosting of the fund. And just to clarify some points on the World Bank, it is that our default position is, of course, we want the standalone fund, but if we are going to do the interim period with the World Bank, we want to ensure that all of the safeguards, including things like direct budget access, the legal personality of the board, eligibility, and how it would actually make an impact and work for the most vulnerable countries, is implemented, and that it leads to a standalone be dealing in a 1.5 and beyond, like what happened in Pakistan and what's continued happening in the Amazon. Everywhere, it just needs to be really, really big. And we also believe that it is key that we have strong funding arrangements, because there are things that the funding arrangements will have to take care of that the fund cannot do. And I also stress the importance of being able to address the non-economic losses and damages, which is a key part in addressing loss and damage overall. So therefore, we thank ASG Hart's statement this morning and agree that we need the entire UN system to be working side by side. We need better coordination and cohesion and complementarity in order to ensure that we're able to address loss and damage that has the best impacts in terms of addressing the most vulnerable of the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Haja. Next, turning to Alvara, followed by Sumaya.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair, and good morning, colleagues. Let me begin by thanking the United Arab Emirates for their excellent and usual hospitality throughout last week, and also for offering to host us at this final meeting for the Transitional Committee. Like all speakers, we're not only hopeful to reach outcomes, but rather certain that we will be reaching a positive outcome that takes into account all our different priorities and also our different asks and challenges. We do have multiple comments across the text that was produced by the co-chairs, but also we think that Richard and Oti have done a really great job in trying to bring us all closer and help us move in the right direction towards making a balance and a holistic outcome. I believe that many of the comments on the location, board composition, sources and allocation were addressed by Sonam at the very first beginning on behalf of developing countries, but also were put forward by many of my colleagues. I look forward for us to get into detailed discussion about all the different elements in the text. But I just want to highlight that listening to the different interventions today, I believe it would be absolutely key for me to stress that this one shouldn't really be a venue to renegotiate the principles of the UNFCCC Convention and Paris Agreement, or try to introduce a new classification. We have a common objective of operationalizing the fund, and we are certain that by putting our minds together towards that common objective and making sure that this fund is up and running in a way that would really cater for the priority of developing countries of addressing loss and damage urgently should be and is our common objective and is really the thing that we should be working towards. Having said that, I believe that there are many good progresses throughout the text, and maybe just to highlight a few of them that I have not really heard explicitly. One on country ownership. We're very supportive of having this section, and we believe that we need to strengthen it and strengthen what we have in there to make sure that this responds to the needs of countries. Also on the funding arrangement, we see a good step forward from the last text we have in Aswan. And all in all, we look forward to get into detailed discussions throughout the different elements that were highlighted. Thank you, and I'll stop here.
Thank you, Albara. Sumaya, followed by Adele. Sumaya, please.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Good morning, colleagues, and very good to be here. At the outset, I would like also to thank the government of the United Arab Emirates for providing this space and for giving us very last opportunity to conclude this. And I would like to thank the Secretariat also for their tremendous work. I would like to align with every word mentioned by His Excellency Solam on behalf of developing countries. I guess in his word there were a lot of compromises that we provided because we initially in Aswan we stick to the issue of new international institution for loss and damage fund. However, I guess the issue of modification of the World Bank option should really be taken by our colleagues as our spirit of compromise as well, and hopefully we could work on the conditions, because the conditions stated clearly will give us the assurance. We are not talking about this setting the stage for failure like some of our colleagues have mentioned, but we want to see assurance in delivery and to have an exit solution. So I guess on the issue of the sources and scale and replenishment, we had extensive discussion in Aswan on that. We feel like the issue of sources is key to the fund, and the scale as reflected in the document will also be important to be taken, as it will give some direction of travel for the fund. In Aswan, we also stated that we want to see periodicity clearly reflected on how when the replenishment will be done. And I guess the point raised by Hajja in relation to consideration of the temperature is quite important. We support that, because 1.5 world will be different from 2 degrees centigrade world. That would require additional resources, and actually the connection with mitigation effort for the work the fund will be doing is also important, because a certain stage, no matter how much resources being provided, that might not really make any sense if we didn't really control the GHGs. The issue of scope, many colleagues talked about the scope. I don't think we are really far apart. We will be happy to work with colleagues in order to arrive at an agreement. And we see the issue of principles and provision of the convention is key for the work of the fund. And colleagues also talked about some principles of the Convention and Paris Agreement, for example, for human rights and gender. Actually, for us, we see human rights is key, because it's about the right to live, the right to have home, to have your culture, to have your land, to have your identity. However, having said that, I think there are so many principles, because if you look at Paris Agreement, it's just from the background of negotiations. When you start talking listing, you'll never end, because there will always be long list of principles. So I think agreed language from the Convention and Paris Agreement, that's why we're repeating all the time the need to have consideration of the principles and provision of the Convention and Paris Agreement. On the board composition, I hear clearly people talking about accommodating stakeholder. However, we also see the challenge of a criteria for accommodating who representing which region. And if you talk about indigenous knowledge, who exactly and how are we going to nominate members for that seat? I mean, if there is a criteria, we'll be happy to work on that. However, I guess there are some issues that we need to take into consideration. I would like just to stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sumaya. Then turning to Adao, followed by JC.
Thank you very much, Uti. Good morning, colleagues. First of all, let me express my sincere thanks to the government of UAE for facilitating this very last meeting of the TC. I also would like to thank the Secretariat for a very short time arrangement in terms of accommodation and logistical issues for all of us. And we also would like to thank you, both Uti and also Richard, for very hard work you have done for us by providing the text that built from our previous meeting. It was in Ashwan. We do see that the text is quite useful for us to work on, so we could quickly going through the text and we could finalize the text. We need to have a clean text from here. And in terms of your scenario notes, once again, thank you very much for this, and it's really useful to guide us how to work forward. But in terms of the two issues you raised with regard to, I think, location and also source, those are two issues that we need to solve, but we can also go through other issues that we need to clean up. There are some brackets and then some concerns from different colleagues, but we need to manage our differences and to come up with clean text. So in terms of the issues that we need to solve, one, I think it was raised by Dr. Sonam on behalf of developing country constituencies with regard to location. In fact, from developing country colleagues, we are quite flexible to receive or to agree upon some options from developed country colleagues with regard to location. And in terms of location, there are some issues that I could say that are not appropriate. For example, option one that was also agreeable for developing country constituency, there is a wording of establishing the fund. In fact, the fund was established at COP27, and we are mandated to operationalize in terms of modalities, social funds, and so far. So, to be clear that we are not going to request the board or World Bank or the next COP28 to establish a fund. The fund was established, to be clear. And now we are going to operationalize the fund. In terms of access modality, I think it's para 43, it's only addressing issue of programmatic approach, and it's almost not possible. Programmatic approach is only addressing issue of slow onset events. It's almost not possible for developing countries, especially for LDCs, to have a detective plan on loss and damage in place before stream event comes and hitting us. So I think it takes time to have some sort of data collection and to have a national loss and damage plan and program and so on and so far. If this is the criteria, and it will be almost not possible for the LDCs to get access, finance quickly. So that's why we propose to have a Windows, but Windows is no more there, but at least we have some strong language to at least to suggest and to guide the work of the board to come up with modalities on access issues with regard to programmatic approach and also rapid disbursement approach for addressing extreme weather events. I could say that rapid disbursement approach is there, I think, para 50F, but it is bracketed. I think if you are with me, with LDCs, with developing countries, we need to remove the brackets so that we can keep the language around rapid disbursement of fund. I could link this to the scope of the fund itself. I think para 7. Para 7 is covering slow onset events and also rapid stream events. If we miss this 50F, it means we are not concerning the issue of rapid stream events in the scope. So we need to have a clear scope. It's already there, but we also need to clear operationalization of the fund to fit the fit of proposal, to fit the scope of the fund itself. In terms of allocation issues, I think we at the previous meeting very much discussed about this issue, and we do see that developing countries' concerns are there in that para 60, I think para 66, and especially LDCs and small island developing state concerns are also there with regard to minimum allocation for LDCs and also small island developing states. But in fact, for all developing countries, we need to get fund for addressing loss and damage, slow onset event, also stream weather event. In terms of composition of the board, I do agree with Sonam, Sumaya before me, that this composition of the board will be party-driven process. So I think Christina mentioned about the inclusion of indigenous people. I think that's good, but for us it will be useful if you only include parties. That will be more than useful to run the fund. And in terms of scale, I think scale is very important. Hadza also tried to link this scale to the 1.5 temperature goal. So brackets around scale, I think on para 8, it's quite useful to remove the brackets. So we could go with a number that there is a written like 100 billion yearly by 2030, linking to commitment of parties to reduce greenhouse emission that will be achieving 1.5 degrees Celsius. But if we go beyond 1.5 degrees Celsius, and then even 100 billion by 2030 will be not enough. So at least we need to have some numerical issues there to be basis for us to contribute. I think the contribution issues have been mentioned by other colleagues, so I do not need to mention about this, but at least scale needs to be considered. So with that, I would like to thank you very much.
Thank you, Adele. Next, turning to JC, please.
Thank you, Uti. Good morning, colleagues. Happy to see all of you here. And first, let me thank Anna for a proposal last time, and certainly thanks to the government of the UAE to have been able to organize in such a short notice in such a beautiful location, this fifth meeting of the Transitional Committee. So thank you so much. Congratulations also to Richard and South Africa for having won the World Cup last week in Rugby World Cup in Paris. As much disappointed as I am that France has not been able to win when we were hosting, it was really a well-deserved victory from South Africa. So congratulations. Now, back to business. Actually, I am here to close that thing and send a set of consensual recommendations to the COP. And I'm happy to hear that in many interventions of colleagues, so thank you, colleagues, for that. I regret not having been able to tell you that at the start of the last meeting. That was my intention, but maybe not enough intention, so this is why we failed to reach an agreement. Now we have this intention, so let's do it. Let's do it. Well, I have to say that I'm not disappointed by the text the co-chair put on the table, and I want to really thank both of you for your hard work and your very good attempt to reach a consensus with this paper. Still, I have my concerns and discomforts. I will express 4 of them later on very briefly. And I have heard comments, discomforts, concerns, new proposal from colleagues around the table. Actually, not that I think are issues that we could resolve actually around this table by the end of this meeting. And I know that on one hand, we could agree to disagree on some issues and send them back to the COP. Honestly, it won't be helping the COP, and certainly we wouldn't be delivering on our mandate if we do that. So we have to solve these issues. But on the other hand, actually, we may not be in a position to decide on every one of these issues, recognizing that there is too much incertitude or not enough insurance that the solutions we are able to put forward are the good ones. So we have to consider, as we have done already, and this is what the co-chair have done, we have to consider that the board will be able to solve some of these issues, taking into consideration new information, new realities from the ground, and being more able than we are to decide. And that is probably the best way forward for many issues, as long as this committee is able to give sufficient guidance to the board. And this is really the idea that should drive our discussion over the next 2 days. And I think there is a way forward doing that. Specifically, let me name some of the issues I think we should use that way forward. On location, I hear clearly Sonam's point that I need insurance that the World Bank would be able to deliver on what we needed to deliver. I don't know, actually, and nobody knows around this table that it will be the case. But the board could do the assessment after 2 or 3 years whether or not the fifth is able to deliver on what we want to do. Let the board decide. Same with allocation, actually. And this is mainly what drove the agreement that we reached during the last meeting on the small group. This is what we have in front of us in allocation. Well, that's fine, actually. The board will decide most of the issues around allocation that we are not able to decide by ourselves here. Don't overload the board with guidance, which would be probably difficult for him to assume and to be coherent with all the guidance that we are going to give it. And the same also with the operational modalities and the disbursement modalities. Let's not get into that. That's the board to decide on that. So that's a way forward. Let's be honest with ourselves. Let's act in good faith and recognize it that we lack some information. We are facing incertitude, and we have to leave the board being able to take on the information it will be able to gather in order to decide. That's my suggestion to all of us, actually, over the next 2 days. Now, I have my concern, I have my discomfort with this text, I have to voice them. First, I mean, as much as I agree with what you said, Adao and Mo, in your intervention, probably agree with most of what you said, actually, specifically on the way forward. I don't think it's useful to spend hours discussing about the scale of this fund. Again, you know, we can put forward numbers. I mean, I don't think we know what is the good magnitude for this fund. We know that there is huge needs, that there are huge gaps, but we don't know about the scale of it. Don't spend hours to that. Instead, let's spend some time on sources. Let's be sure that this fund will be fed with money to deliver. Public money, obviously, but also other forms of funding, specifically innovative sources. The global community has never been so close to find a consensus on some kind of international levy. Well, don't lose this opportunity. Let's allow this fund to take advantage of the progress, the potential progress that the global community is very close to make on that. So it's important that innovative sources be part of the sources. Third element, funding arrangement. I am pretty okay with this text. I have concern about some of the language used, which could put the new fund in a confrontational mode vis-à-vis the rest of the actors on loss and damage. That would be a pity to set the scene for a confrontation between the fund and, let's say, the MDBs, the humanitarian world, the bilateral support. Let's be careful. I have some concern about this paragraph 10, and I think we have to be careful not to, launch the board in some kind of aggressive behavior vis-à-vis the rest of the community, the financial community. So, I mean, he will be a key actor. He will be trying to coordinate to some extent. That this is what it is in the text. Let's not push it too much forward. And finally, very simple comment, and I don't understand why, but I have to say that the outside world has noted that we have been removed 3 words on human rights based in the section of objectives and purpose. Human rights based seems to be a non-controversial part of this section. I heard nobody voice any concern about that. I clearly heard Aker voicing a support to that. And again, it has been noted outside. I don't think this is the message we want to send to outside world, that this fund is not going to be human-based, human rights-based. So I would ask for the co-chair to reinstate these 3 words in the text. And as Somaya said, I think this human rights approach is more than essential. It's at the heart of this fund. It is going to deal with livelihood, with relocation, with human beings. So it has to be human-based. Thank you, Co-Chair.
Thank you, JC. Next, so we still have 3 speakers before we can break for coffee. We'll then break for coffee very briefly, and after coffee break, Richard and I would provide a way forward in sense of, as we said, we'd be using different working modalities at this meeting, and I think we'll need a different modality to have this, there's somewhat of an in-depth discussion on a number of issues, but especially on the sources. I think that would be the one that we'd like to tackle after the coffee break through a different modality. But so I'd like to invite Achushi, and then Angela wanted to come back again, and then Hannah gets the last word. So Achushi, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I will try to be very brief. Let me first of all thank to the UAE government for hosting this extra meeting, and thank you also for co-chairs Richard and Uti for producing the co-chair text, and I thank other TC members as well for welcoming me as a newcomer. On the flight from Tokyo to Abu Dhabi this time, we examined the COP27 decision on loss and damage, and there are many things that I recognized, but one of the things that I felt through my lecture of the COP decision was that the sense of urgency. I felt that this decision was taken in the face of urgent real need on the ground. From that perspective, I felt that we need to be very realistic and pragmatic and serious. From this perspective, for example, on the question of location, I personally think that the option for housing this fund within the World Bank is totally matched to the interest of all. And I hope that this spirit of pragmatism and realism apply to other remaining issues, including those questions. Especially on those questions, I think that so that the fund is successful in mobilizing the financial resources in its future operation, the framework should be set in the right direction, reflecting the reality of world economy of today. And another point is that the COP28 is approaching. We will have COP28 now in less than 4 weeks, and my government is committed to the success of COP28. Logically speaking, the successful decision on COP20 on loss and damage at COP28 is indispensable for the success of overall COP28. And this Transitional Committee is mandated to formulate a recommendation for the decision at COP28. So I think the recommendation to be issued through the work of Trans Committee should be something helpful for our negotiators at COP28. And from that perspective as well, that all the TC members are required to be, productive, efficient, pragmatic, and realistic. And I'm ready to contribute to the work of TC5 work and scheduled by the end of tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Achushi. Angela, you wanted to come back. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and apologies for coming back again, but I would like to have the opportunity to share with all of you my views in terms of the co-chair's proposals, just considering that I just expressed my views in terms of the topics that we need to discuss. First of all, just let me highlight that we are fully committed to deliver an outcome in this meeting. I think all of us, we tried, we had the opportunity to discuss at home what are our main concerns, what are perhaps the landing zones, and what are the possibilities that we have in this negotiation in order to reach an agreement. In terms of the text, let me highlight once again my appreciation to both of you co-chairs on the proposal that you made. We think that the text is a good basis for our negotiations. Of course, we see with concern some of the elements that are there, but I think that is a good way to move forward in this negotiation. On the elements that we have been discussing here, just let me highlight some of them. On the location, let me support the comments made by Ambassador Sonam on behalf of developing countries, TC members. And of course, I want to support the comments made by Diane on behalf of AOSIS that the fund has to deliver the interim arrangements are performance-based. So this is really key for us, and we need to have trust in terms of what we are having here and the final outcome. Let me highlight that this location is like a marriage, and no one wants to get married and divorce at the same time. But we need to be sure that if you get married, you are getting, you are choosing the right husband or the right partner for your work, what you are looking for. So we are looking something on that, and our communities and our populations are looking for this kind of couple that fits for purpose, just to give you an example. In terms of the exit strategy, we think that paragraph 21 is not the exit strategy that we are looking for. We think, as was mentioned by G77, in many scenarios, we think that the standalone is the way to deliver the support that we need in terms of addressing losses and damages. But the proposal that was made by Ambassador Sonam in terms of the work ban is an interim arrangement, and looking forward to establish a fund that fits for the purpose on loss and damage. In terms of allocation, let me say once again, as was mentioned during the TC4, that we fully support that the seats and LDCs have a minimum percentage allocation. But we also need to ensure that all developing countries can get access to the fund. We are all vulnerable, as was mentioned during the TC4 and previous meetings. Everybody is facing the effects of climate change, and we have vulnerable communities in all countries, all developing countries. We also have some concerns in terms of the new paragraphs that are in the allocation that we never discussed during the TC4, so we look forward to have the opportunity to discuss, and I think that we are close to finalize the allocation text, and we look forward to continue on the basis of the proposal that was made by the co-chairs, but we want to have time to discuss on that. On the board, as was mentioned by Ambassador Mo, we think that the majority of the members of the board must be developing countries because we are the most affected. We also see a key role of the civil society and other actors like indigenous peoples and local communities as non-voting members, and they are part of this process. They have been supporting us, so we consider that they play a key role in this scenario. In terms of the structure of the fund, as Mo said, sub-funds are a no-go for us. We cannot accept sub-funds. In terms of the scale, I heard that there is not appetite to discuss that, but we think that it's important to give an indication on the scale of the fund. Otherwise, we are establishing a fund without any kind of assurances that we will get the support that we need. At least some minimum indication of the scale is key for us. Let me support other colleagues in terms of the reference of human rights. Compared to the co-chair's text proposal published on 20 October, there is a removal of reference of human rights in the loss and damage fund objectives and purpose, and this deletion, it's undermining the purpose as well as the capacity of this fund to deliver these messages of justice and remedy for affected communities. So we think that it's important to keep this language as part of the objective and purpose of the fund. Let me finalize on the financial instruments and reiterate what is our position. On paragraph 63, we cannot accept that the financing that will be provided will take into account vulnerability. This is something unacceptable for us in terms of the final package. We look forward to continue discussing and engaging in terms of detailed negotiation, but we just want to raise at least these minimum elements and reiterate that for us it's really important to reach an agreement and deliver an outcome for adoption at COP28. Thank you very much, Madam Co-Chair.
Thank you, Angela, and thank you for a very clear intervention. I'm going to restrain from commenting, but I think on the just to comment on the fund location issue, and I think this is a discussion that we will be having on the coffee breaks and offline and in huddles and so on. But the way I see it right now on the location is that I think we are all sort of, and building on your analogy on the marriage, that we are looking for a serious partner. But I guess sort of some of us are really looking to enter into a marriage, with conditions. We have our expectations, we have our conditions. But I think there are some of us who kind of already said that, okay, we have this trial period and then we've already kind of agreed. We have the divorce papers ready. And I think there's the other half of the room who sort of said, okay, let's enter into marriage. We've set our conditions. If they actually meet the conditions, I think we could stay married. But if indeed our conditions are not met, I will not hesitate to fill in my divorce application. So I think we're sort of kind of entering this from a bit of two different angles, and I'm not going to entertain any more interventions on this very poor analogy. I'm sure that my co-chair would agree with that. And I do think we all need to get to coffee. So, Mo, you wanted to come back before Hannah. Yes.
Yeah, thanks so much. Just a very quick point of clarification and then also like some reflections. What SUNAM has presented is a package. It is not elements that we will start negotiating, just to be very clear, because I get a sense that now there is an acceptance of one option, and then let's dismantle, unpack this proposal by the developing countries and pick and choose which elements we like to have, which elements we don't like to have. The idea of SUNAM bringing forward those elements at the beginning was specifically to avoid stating and restating positions and trying to really go for the, as you call, go for the kill and really find where we're going to land. And the discussions that we had, this was a very generic round of discussion where colleagues were again putting positions again and renegotiating positions. So it is, just to clarify from our point of view, those are like not elements that we want to work on. Those are like the package that we see a good landing point. Second, listening to colleagues, it's always very informative to hear colleagues. So I hear fair share mentioned by some. So what do you mean by that? I would like to understand. I would like to have like a burden sharing. It would be very clear. When you say fair share, you want to put forward your fair share. That's fine, and it goes very much with the idea of responsibilities and rights. So I would like to reflect that also. Then we hear ambitious fund. but we don't put a scale. Things don't add up. So how can I say this is an ambitious fund without having a scale of the fund? It doesn't make sense. And then we say scale, what the language that you have proposed, which we don't really support that much, is programming at least like a number, a figure. Programming doesn't mean providing. It is programming which again links to the issue of the funding arrangement. So it is a wider programming where the fund plays a major role. So, and then we don't want to bring this scale discussion, but we want to be as innovative as possible when we talk about sources. And it brought to my mind, and Richard, you were there, in the GCF. We were old at that time, and we called it alternative sources instead of innovative sources, but they are the same thing. How much from this alternative or innovative sources that were thought of have been provided to the GCF? Just a question we need to ask ourselves, because we can talk about all this nice innovative sources that is happening everywhere with all these levies and taxations, and we disagree among ourselves, what does it mean, why, but how much really happened in reality going to funds similar to what we are operationalizing here? This will be our reality check. So I think those are very important elements that when we need to finalize our document, we need to consider. So we are not just putting or kicking the can for entities that are not related to our process, that doesn't have a responsibility when you talk about innovative sources. When you talk about the funding arrangements, we just talk to the, I don't know who. And then when on one side we say we want to have an ambitious fund, but on the other side we say we cannot have an ambitious fund because we cannot provide the scale. We talk about new realities, like JC have mentioned. For me, new realities is what is happening in Pakistan, what is happening in Libya. Those are new realities. What's happening in South Africa, what's happening in small islands at the scale and the speed. Those are the new realities for me. And it's not something else. Those are the real new realities. Those are developing countries are not able to deal because of their resilience capacity. They are not able to deal with those climate impacts. So I think for me, my definition of new realities is very clearly the scale and the speed and the inability of developing countries to deal with that. This is the new reality I want to include in there. Thank you.
Okay. Adao, did you want to come in before Hannah? Okay, Adao, please.
Thank you very much. Uti, I would like to say that one of the key elements for LDCs would be grant-based support that was proposed, I think, within last 3-4 meetings. We would like to see the current text to capture this grant base for LDCs taking place here. So that will be more than useful for LDCs. Thank you very much.
And now the last word to Hannah.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And thanks for giving me the last word. I know you asked not to extend the metaphor further, but if you'll indulge me, I do think the point on provisions of divorce do depend on where you are. So I come from a place where you have the right to divorce the same person up to 3 times, which gives you enough flexibility to a certain point that I think some colleagues are looking at. So perhaps we can find other metaphors, but I think what some colleagues are looking for is some provisions for flexibility. Colleagues, a very warm welcome to Abu Dhabi. We thank you all. I've heard from every speaker so far the commitment to delivery at this very final TC. We had joined the co-chairs in wanting for TC4 to be the final one in supporting that what started in Egypt is concluded in Egypt, and we thank the COP27 presidency for hosting us twice and so well. We will not be as hospitable here. We've been told explicitly that it is all work, and as Richard has said, our understanding is this is the very last day, and so we will remain in here until we have recommendations. We are very happy to have the space to decide how much food there is, how much coffee there is, and how many other things that some might interpret as human rights are afforded to the TC in order to get this done with the guidance of the co-chairs, of course. As you all know, we responded to the request that was made to the incoming presidency to convene this additional TC meeting because we did understand that everyone felt it would help us to get to an outcome. We very much thank the Secretariat for their partnership in making it possible and for their endless efforts with all former hosts of the Transitional Committee. And I think if anyone wants this to be done, it's probably them. So we thank you for your partnership and hope that you'll continue to support us in making that possible. Colleagues, this is our last chance. This is our absolute last chance. And let me tell you why. The Secretariat need time to translate these recommendations into all UN languages. The 174 parties that are not in this room need time to consider the recommendations. And most importantly, we need time in order to work on early pledges so that the consideration of sources or financial inputs are more than just words on a piece of paper. They're actually pledges that can go towards those in need. And many of you have spoken about who they are. And I know that we're all committed to delivering on that. And quite frankly, many of you have day jobs to get back to, and day jobs that we really want you to get back to so that you can deliver and support us in delivering a successful COP28 and working on delivery after COP28 as well. So a quick update from the pre-COP. Thank you to all of you who were present. We heard from over 60 ministers from around 80 countries, making this our largest ministerial consultation as incoming presidency to date. There were two main messages that I'll highlight over here. One was that ministers emphasized that the new fund and funding arrangements were indeed established in Sharm el-Sheikh, and that our role and what they look forward to from the TC is recommendations to operationalize them. So thank you, Ambassador Mo and Ambassador Adao, for reiterating that as well. There was also a clear view from leaders that loss and damage is actually an opportunity for us in our process to demonstrate global solidarity for present and future generations. I think we all heard that loud and clear. And so what we have today, just today, is a moment to deliver, and that the world is counting on us for these clean, clear, and strong recommendations. So let's get it done. We agree with the COP27 presidency on the need to focus discussions on critical matters of the host and sources of funding. We very much welcome the co-chair's text as a strong basis. Thank you, Uti and Richard. Let us be targeted. While we support an express reference to gender, given, of course, the disproportionate impacts of losses and damages on women and girls, and as it's agreed in other funds under the financial mechanism, as we've said before, we do trust that the board can make critical decisions around allocation and that they will know where the funds need to go. So, of course, there's many things we would like to see, but let's prioritize in the day that we have pragmatism over perfection in our recommendations. We really want to focus on safeguards that are needed for the board, for the fund to be able to do its critical work, and the guiding principles to task the board to produce the policies and mechanisms that answer to all of the concerns that have been raised today. So those were the main messages. And finally, I'd be remiss if I did not welcome new TC members, in particular the representative of Future Generations, Makar, in his very distinguished role as advisor to the Transitional Committee member from Armenia. Welcome to Abu Dhabi, and thank you for keeping us in check for who we're really here for as TC members. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Hannah. And I was going to make a flippant comment that if all advisors to the TC members were like Gayan's advisor, I think Richard and I would have a much easier task at our hand. But anyway, okay. Thank you, colleagues. I think we've now completed a really good round. We've heard from you, your general views. I think everyone is absolutely committed to make sure that we resolve the outstanding issues here, preferably today, but by tomorrow morning at the latest. The key outstanding issues remain the location of the Secretariat and on sources. There are some perhaps minor things that we might sort of see if we can have side conversations on. Now, please, let's break for coffee for 15 minutes. When we come back, we'll provide a way forward in terms of how we want you to handle the next issue, which would be on sources. Thank you very much. So back here at 12:30. Yeah, thank you.
very different views into a proposal. We felt the proposal was a good proposal, or at least a basis for working. However, that was not shared by the Transitional Committee, and I still have scars and bruises from my constituency on that one. So in order not to repeat the same mistake and to be clear that we are listening and we are reflecting and evolving, we settle with the paragraphs in front of you because they reflect, in our view, where the different positions are, right? We know this is not a very pretty text, right? But we also believe that it's unfair to ask us as co-chairs to resolve something when our mandate is very clear. Our mandate was to operationalize a fund, not to solve a massive systemic political issue that the COP is dealing with, the CMA is dealing with. So we're kind of in a bind. So what we have here is, we believe, at least 3 paragraphs, at least 4 paragraphs, that we understand could be acceptable. We've heard, obviously, from our colleague, sadly from Australia, that in your view there was no commitment to a periodic replenishment period. I'm not quite sure that I would agree with that, but we take that point. So we have the very basic statement in paragraph 57, wide variety of sources. Then we have the 2 different options in 58. We think 59, 60, and 61 were acceptable to colleagues in that format, and then we have what was the discussions in paragraph 62. So as I had made it clear to my constituency, we're not going to solve this. As Uti and I are not going to solve this. In our mind, there is a solution, and that is called silence. Or it's just paragraph 57, 59, 60, and 61, right? That's our solution. But I understand that that's not shared by everybody in this room, and therefore we're going to task you to solve it, because we have other work to do. Based on the conversation we've had this morning, we have to go back and reflect on text. We can't, on this one, hold the pen on this as well. We also reflected that the small group conversations in Aswan were not that helpful. I think at least in the allocation, you did give us something, which was quite confusing when we read it because we weren't in the room, but we managed, thanks to help from colleagues and the Secretariat, to find a way through it. So what we want to do right now is we've asked Jean-Christophe and Mo to what we can call a huddle, right? To engage colleagues in a huddle. The huddle is not a huddle like the UNFCCC huddle, it's a room just for the TC members, no advisors, and they will facilitate a discussion for you in the next hour on how to proceed. But let's be clear here. If you do not resolve this matter in that group, then we will go 57, 59, 60, and 61, right? And then we're going to have a big discussion, either here or in the COP, on the kind of sort of action-orientated language in the cover decision around getting contributions and doing the capitalization stuff. Obviously, if you are able now today to resolve the text, then that task becomes easier, we can do that. So this is the way we're going to deal with the matter. We don't believe going through another round of plenary discussions of people restating your views is helpful. So Mo and Jean-Christophe, we've briefed them. They both know all the issues. They know where the sensitivities are, and we will be in their able hands for at least an hour. There is a room available. It's the room upstairs, I think, where the Dana 3 on P1 level. So it's just for TC members at this point, and we will give you an hour, around a small an hour, until 1:30, and then we'll break for lunch. I hope that instruction is clear. We will make sure that someone from the Secretariat is with you in case you need someone to help do projections or however you want to draft. After lunch, we'll have a conversation with the two of you and reflect on what we need to do next, but we will make sure that we allocate enough time to to do this. I don't personally think that the silence option is the right option, but I think we don't have a choice. So either you resolve this and you find language, either there's a formulation from existing language, or you can come up with one that's acceptable to both developed countries and developing countries, and will also be acceptable to the people that are not in this room, right? So we also need to think about that other constituency that we have. We have our constituencies here, but we also have our broader constituencies who will be with us at the COP. So please, we're asking you, let's see if we can find a solution. We will give you the time during the meeting to find more. Okay, so lunch is now at 2 o'clock, so you have from 10 to 1 till 2 o'clock. In your work group, and then we'll meet you at lunch. And so lunch will be from 2 to 3, and then Uchi and I will be doing work on the previous discussion. So I hope that's clear. Which room? Dana 3 from now until 2 p.m. Yeah, P1 level, Dana 3 from right now to 2 p.m. Thank you very much.
Can I just clarify? So in the room Dana 3, at the level P1, we have 22 members here around the table, excluding Richard and me. So that room will have seats for 22 members. Those in the seats will participate in that huddle that's now being led by JC and Mo. Not former members, not those who've been there before, and no advisors. Just 22 people in the room. Thank you.
So we've had a lunch meeting conversation with Mohammed, Mo, and Jean-Christophe around the progress or the discussions in the breakout TC group on sources, and we're going to give you another hour this afternoon on that discussion to see if you can make any progress. But right now, what we want to do is we want to just introduce updated co-chair's proposal on location following the discussions this morning. It has been handed out to you, and there are lots of brackets, and I'll explain to you what the brackets are in the process. So based on the proposal made this morning by Sunam on behalf of the developing country groupings, we took that text, we tried to integrate it into the... Mohammed, can we have one meeting, please, colleagues? Jean-Christophe? Guys, please. What we did is we integrated the statement on behalf of developing countries with the co-chair's proposal number 1, and we looked to see how we could deal with it. So paragraphs 1 and 2 respond to the need for the board of the fund to have the legal personality, right? Paragraph 2 is then the action that would lead to that personality, because just so that we're all clear, the decision by the COP CMA doesn't grant personality. That has to come through a host country process. Then in paragraphs 3 and 4, we talk about the invitation to the World Bank to operationalize the fund as a fifth, and then we introduce the notion of the interim period of that. And so we've gone from an option of 2 years, which was in the previous text, and also what was in the developing country statement, and we've added in either 2, 3, 4, 5 years. So that would be the period at which the interim would happen. Then we, in paragraph 4, further invite the bank to do a prompt establishment of the fifth, right? So the fund is established already, but now this paragraph 4 is the establishment of the fifth. And then paragraph 5 are the conditions as amended. So I would say that in the text that we circulated as co-chairs, we made an error. We didn't check the text fully, but so there was some language that had changed, and that was mostly deleting the enables and ensures to make it allow. So what we've done in those paragraphs A to J, we've tried to put in brackets where there are different approaches. Most of them are non-substantive in nature, but we've just done them in that. And then in paragraph 6, based on the conversations that we heard this morning, we had a very clear proposal from developing countries that the interim was for a fixed period, at which point there would be an exit, right? And that exit was fixed. So if you say it would be located in the secretary would be housed in the World Bank for 3 years, at the end of the 3 years it exits, and that's final, right? So that's in option 1. In option 2, it's the same proposal, except we've introduced this notion of an evaluation, so that it's not the trigger of the time period is not a set in stone exit, right? That's option 2 in paragraph 6. And then paragraph 7 is the time period in which the World Bank would need to meet the conditions, right? So it's a separate set of time-bound actions, and what we've proposed is it's a 1 year, that's 1 year time-bound, and the exit trigger on that is whether or not the conditions have been met or not met, right? So essentially we would operationalize the fund at COP28, invite the World Bank subject to conditions. The World Bank would then establish the fifth to house the fund, and we assume, as we've heard from the bank and however developed countries have been telling us, that it's a very quick process, which I doubt it is, but never mind, that this would be done by COP29, and then based on a recommendation from the board would be able to tell us that either the fifth documents deal with the conditions or not, at which point, if it's a not, then it's an immediate exit. So that's how we try to try to capture the discussion. So this is not a proposal to take it or take it. This is a proposal for further discussion. We think that given that you've only seen this now, we can take some questions if there are questions of clarification, but we'll come back to this later this afternoon or early this evening. So I hope that's clear. This, in our view, reflects the discussion that we had this morning, and so I hope we've done justice to those proposals, noting that even within this there are stronger versions of positions. So on that, I will open the floor for comments and questions of clarity only. So if you also want to take 5 to 10 minutes to read the text and then we can come back to questions, that's okay. that corner, and then we can fast track our discussions. Colleagues, G77.
And for the developed countries in that corner, please, just huddle members, please.
Okay, colleagues, do we have a quorum, Secretariat? No? Paul? 1, 2, 3.
I think we have a quorum.
Okay, colleagues, so we have a quorum, so I hope those little huddles were useful and instructive. I understand from Uti there's also a lot of confusion in what we're trying to do to you, so I'm glad that everybody's minds are functioning and you're on your feet, because if you weren't, then you would have just agreed to whatever we give in front of you. So again, let me just explain, and then we'll open the floor for comments. So there were a lot of questions to us about paragraph 7 and paragraph 6 and what the difference was. So paragraph 7 is essentially the first time-bound assessment, and paragraph 7 totally relates to whether the conditions are being met. So we adopt the decision at COP28. We invite the World Bank board to make the arrangements to host the Loss and Damage Fund and to further operationalize it, subject to a set of conditions that we impose on them, right? They accept or decline the offer. I guess that's the first thing, right? So assuming they accept the offer, that means they've accepted that these conditions will be met, right? And then what we've suggested is the 1-year time period, which is 1 year after COP28, that the board would then report to COP29 and tell the COP CMA that the conditions have been met or will be met because they're included in the World Bank 5th policy, right? So that assessment would be, yes, the 5th, as established, can do direct access. It can, the World Bank board has waived its provisions on requiring a one-time approval for non-World Bank members, et cetera, et cetera. Now, we had suggested that there could be an independent evaluation, but that's not necessary. I mean, if you don't believe that's necessary, that's totally fine. I don't think in paragraph 7 it's an ultimate requirement, because it's the board's assessment of the 5th documentation, and you would report back, and I would hope that the acceptance of the offer by the World Bank gives the political indication that those things would happen. So it's just a check and balance. Assuming that those have not been met within a year, then there's the option of the COP CMA to trigger the exit again. But again, it's an option. So 7 is only about whether the conditions have been met. That's it, right? Paragraph 6 is about a time-bound interim period, right? So we've given you an option of 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. So whatever you decide, so let's say you decide on 5 years, after 5 years of the authorization of the Loss and Damage Fund as a World Bank 5th, there would be what we've proposed in one option is an immediate sort of exit, right? Option A, option 1. Option 2, there's an evaluation of performance and then a decision. So I just hope those are the distinctions. One is on performance and one is on conditions being met, right? Georg, you're still looking confused. Okay, so that's just clear. And then you want to take the floor to speak on this, or you want to put further questions? You want to speak? Okay, thank you, Georg, go ahead.
Yeah, so sorry. So I'm not commenting on this, and it's still to understand what you were explaining now, because the way I understood your explanation of paragraph 7 is that this is meant to reassure or assure, confirm that these conditions can be met. While if you go for option 6.2, it's a confirmation after the interim period that the conditions in paragraph 5 have been met. Is that my right understanding? So it's 7, a confirmation that within a certain time that it's confirmed that these conditions can be met. 6.2, again, if you go for that, it's a confirmation after interim period, whatever, how long that is, confirming the compliance that so the conditions have been. That's how but that's not, am I wrong? Because otherwise, well, anyhow, that's a question.
Okay, let me try. So again, just on the difference between the 7 and the 6, and the 6 option 2. So on the 7, obviously, once we start, we would be the board would be having a dialogue with the World Bank on the conditions, and our assessment is that within a year, the board would know, and the World Bank would know whether those conditions that I've listed there, whether they can be met. And if those conditions, if both come to the conclusion that the conditions cannot be met, so then it would be like a hard exit and a spun off. The paragraph 6, option 2. Again, I mean, I think what we have there now is a range of number of years. I think from the co-chair side, we would favor 4 or 5 years, so that the FIF has been operating for quite some time, and we can do a real performance assessment. Is the fund performing the way we wanted it to perform? And at that point, then there would be an independent evaluation, and the board would then, based on that evaluation, make recommendations as to, yes, it's performing okay, but it could do this, that, and the other better, but still we would like it to stay in the bank. Or no, well, it's kind of performing, but we think we can get a better deal elsewhere, either housed elsewhere or in a standalone. We believe that we'll get a better performance by creating a new standalone institution. So again, you can almost like take it like the paragraph 7 is you're kind of agreeing on what you will be measured against, because you're looking at these are the conditions. You know, you need to be confident that the FIF will be able to fulfill all of these tasks and meet all of these conditions. And then in paragraph 6, option 2, you do a proper performance assessment. By that time, the FIF will have been operating for a number of years. It will have all its policies in place. It will have all its whatever structure, allocation framework, criteria, all of that will have been functioning for a number of years, at which point we do a performance assessment, and then the board comes up with recommendations as to how to go forward. So whether to continue as a World Bank FIF, or whether to start taking steps to establish it as a standalone elsewhere, or take some other course of action, whatever that may be. Thank you.
Thank you, Uti. So, Georg, I wonder if it would be helpful if we change some of the language in 6.2, right? So the third line would be, rather than an evaluation of the bank's compliance with the conditions, it would be an independent evaluation of the World Bank's performance as the hosting institution of the Loss and Damage Fund, right? So it's clear, option 1 is you can have this thing for 5 years and then we're leaving you, right? So we're married for 5 years and then we're divorced, finished, bye. And then option 2 is, at the end of that period, we will do an evaluation on the performance of the World Bank's services in hosting the Loss and Damage Fund, and then at that point of time, the board would make a recommendation to continue or not to continue. So Does that make it clear? And then paragraph 7 is really a compliance check at year 1 that the bank can actually meet the conditions and that the direct access, for example, the non-member states, World Bank non-member states can in fact access, right? And so it's almost like a policy compliance check, whereas 6 is either a hard exit or a discussion on performance of the hosting of the loss and damage fund. So if that makes it easier to understand the logic, then we can make that change if colleagues agree. Come back, you.
Yes, so again, not going into substance, but just to understand it. So I think what I got a bit confused about on paragraph 7 is that it seems like it says it's not a confirmation that these conditions can be met, but that they have been met within 1 year, and that's different. So that's how I read. So maybe if the intent was the former, that they can be met, maybe that wording needs to be fixed in 7. And it was 7 rather than 6.2 that I got confused about. Thank you.
Okay, we can look at that, Georg, but my understanding is that prior to COP29, the 5th would have to be established by the World Bank, right? In the establishment of the 5th and or what a subsequent hosting agreement there is with the board, those policies would have to explicitly allow for direct access, or explicitly allow for certain things to happen. But we can look at rephrasing that so it's clearer what the ask is. Jean-Christophe.
Yeah, I think it has to be worked out a little bit because, yes, I think you're right. The World Bank has to agree with the condition and apply them actually. But it will be difficult for it to do it since some of these conditions are based on policies to be established by the board. For instance, the conditions E and F, very difficult for the World Bank to say officially that it will be able to comply, not knowing the policies that will be developed by the fund. So we have here a timing issue, actually. We know that the World Bank has to come back before the board or whatever body will stand at that time and telling it whether or not he is okay to deliver a fifth with these conditions. But my sense is that will take more than 1 year, actually, for the board to establish all these policies. So would we want this fund not to be active in 2024, then maybe not in 2025, because we are waiting for the World Bank to be able to assess its capacity to deal with the policies developed by the board. I mean, that's a question for us. But my sense is that we should ask the World Bank to answer very quickly with this set of conditions where they are ready to create the fifth, and then try his best to implement them. And this is why we will have this assessment after 2 or 3 years in order to check whether or not they are able to deliver on that. But I just point out this point. I am okay with your what paragraph 7 wins the meaning you just said. But I just point out this timing issue. It will take time. So, I mean, how to make it shorter? That's my point.
Okay, thank you, Jean-Christophe. So, okay, it seems we still have a big mountain to climb around whether we all have the same understanding of whether the board is establishing the policy or whether we're giving an instruction to the World Bank to host the fifth, that they make the policy, right? So there are some policies that are entrusted to the board by the COP-CMA because they're clearly part of the accountability, and there's some things that will come from the World Bank side of you. So I don't necessarily see it the same way as you, that the World Bank would have to wait until the board has a policy on direct access. These conditions are in response to the questions that have been asked to the World Bank and the World Bank's answers that were very clear in Aswan that no, they cannot do certain things. Right? So what this condition is saying to the World Bank board, if you want to host this fifth, you would need to waiver your policy, right? So that's essentially the first check by COP29 that the World Bank has agreed to host, has accepted the invitation, and has accepted the fact that for this fund to be based in the World Bank, you need to change your policy to allow for, in this fifth, direct access, right? We can't wait 3 years before confirming that, because if it's clear, you know, if we ask them and we give them a year and they accept the invitation and then they come back to us and say, well, we can't do direct access, then we in fact have a major conflict of interest between what we as the parties have agreed in a governing instrument that has put an emphasis on direct access for vulnerable communities and the institution that we've hosted it. And therefore it has to be within a year. How we phrase that to make it, it's not that you're doing direct access in a year. I think that would be great, but it's that your policies, when you establish the fifth, allow this to happen, right? And if it can't happen, then that's why there's quite a hard exit trigger, right? Because for developing countries to accept going to the World Bank, you're asking us to swallow a massive, massive bottle of glass. This is not something that we do easily, right? And so therefore, that's why the conditions, because these things are important for us. There's no ways that the developing country group, after fighting for 25 years for direct access, is going to agree at this point to allow this loss and damage fund to be an institution that cannot do direct access or will not change its policy. So this is quite a fundamental decision on how we reach an agreement here. So we'll continue to work on getting that clarification so we fully also understand. So next on my list is Debbie, followed by Christina, followed by Laurence, and followed by Abby.
Thanks, Richard. And just to say thank you for this text, which I welcome because it's helpful in terms of moving the conversation on. And in terms of what you just said, I mean, I really hear loud and clear the points you're making and the concerns that colleagues have been raising throughout the year, frankly, about the need to ensure that conditions are being met. So please, that is heard, and that's part of the spirit of what I'm going to say. At the moment, if I understand this correctly, there's almost 3 points in the process. The first point in the process, which we talk quite a lot about at TC4, is the point where the UNFCCC or a body asks the World Bank to establish this fifth. And my understanding is that when that happens, the World Bank board makes the decision that yes, it is willing and able to meet these conditions that are set out. And therefore I welcome some clarity about the conditions, because that will be part of that, I can't remember what they called it, a concept note or something that goes to the board. So if I understand correctly, that's the point at which the intent is agreed. We've then got paragraph 7, which sort of then sets out, what did you call it, the interim period on whether these conditions are being met. I think in order to be able to know whether all of these conditions are being met in practice, we may need longer than 1 year. But I really respect this idea that you want a kind of quick release handle if it's not working. And I think therefore we need to tease out a bit more what paragraph 7 is trying to do for us. Because if it's trying to get to this issue of whether an evaluation of the intent of the World Bank to meet this, that's already happened. because the World Bank board has sort of signed off to say we're going to do this. We've signed off on the intent. I'm very happy if paragraph 7 is that kind of, is this working in practice? So it's a kind of interim review period. From the pandemic fund, we know that took 12 months to go from the kind of first board meeting to concluding its first call for proposals. So it just made the decisions on those proposals. So it hadn't actually sort of operationalized on the ground in that phase. So I think if we want to check operationalization on the ground of whether these things are being met, we might need a little bit longer than that 12 months in order that the bank can demonstrate it's satisfying these conditions. If you want a quick release handle, then I think it needs to be shaped slightly differently, and then it comes a bit earlier. Because I think basically the first pass or fail test is, does the World Bank Board agree this? Happy to have a kind of interim then that kind of evaluates, are we doing okay? As it's drafted, it sort of says, if it's not working, you're out, and we immediately start the divorce, as it were. And I think, again, there's a decision for us whether you want to immediately start the divorce or whether you want that review point to set a kind of detention, to set the kind of, here's the things that you must do to remediate if this thing's going to work. And then I agree with you, the further review point needs to be based on an evidence of track record, and that's going to take a little bit longer. So I think paragraph 7 probably still needs a bit more clarification about exactly what it's trying to do for us. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much, Debbie, on that one. Christina.
Thank you very much, Richard. And thank you to the co-chairs for this text. I have to admit, it was hard to understand this text, and we had very little time to process it, but I did find Debbie's articulation or description of the different pieces helpful. In terms of just going paragraph by paragraph, I wanted just to respond to each of the paragraphs. On the first one, the legal personality of the board paragraph remains a problem for us, both in form and in substance. I still don't understand why this is necessary for so many, as the fund, as a World Bank house FIF, would have the appropriate legal personality. If it's independence from the bank, that's a concern. We are doing that through the proposed conditions. We also have not discussed that there would be risk to a board having legal personality, given that this is a relatively novel concept. Does it increase litigation risk for individual board members if the board has personality versus the fund? Second, in paragraph 2, we have also never had a discussion as a transitional committee on a host country for the fund. I'm not sure we want to add a conversation on this to our limited time here, and so I'd suggest we take it off our plate. Third, in paragraph 5, the way this is written, I interpret this to mean that we can't operationalize the fund as a FIF. We can't establish the FIF unless these conditions are met. So I think maybe it was just a mistake in the chapeau that just needs to be fixed and made clear. In paragraph 5A, you've added to what used to be a simple requirement that the FIF be implemented in a manner consistent with the GI. The idea of these conditions is that it should be a clear list of criteria that will be possible for the board to evaluate. The GI should reflect the considerations that we have heard raised by TC members, not nebulous and controversial things like how the principles and provisions of the convention apply to the setup of a FIF. Paragraph 5D fails to recognize the clear explanation that we heard during TC4 that the World Bank safeguards, information technology systems, and human resource policies will apply to the FIF. Paragraphs 5, B, D, G, and I, we would like to see the verb enables here, as we think it makes more sense for the conditions and operations of the fund. In paragraph 6, option 1, this is where, and this is why I asked the question earlier this morning about what was meant in terms of the exit strategy. Option 1 just makes no sense to me. The way I understand this, it is a pretty strange way to show flexibility. Basically, what it is saying is that for X number of years, we'll do this with the bank, and then after those X years, regardless of conditions being assessed or performance results, we do the standalone as an automatic thing. This seems like a lot of money and time wasted, and I can't imagine any contributor who would contribute to this kind of setup. If you are serious and the standalone entity is the final goal, which in that option 1, it is the final goal, I feel like we should just do this now and bake it into the GI. That all the things that would be needed to be included for this to be a standalone entity now. We would need stronger language than currently exists on safeguards and standards. We would need to be clear in the GI that an accreditation process has to be set up to effectively screen entities, given the limited institutional capacity of a brand new entity to screen entities for every single project on its own. We would also need to be clear in the GI that the fund would not be able to provide direct budget support because it is impossible to accredit a country. Now, on option 2 of paragraph 6, there's some binding language that we would need to take out because this is not a legally binding document, but otherwise in substance, I would support this option. And finally, I want to share Debbie's concerns about paragraph 7 and would support her recommended changes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Christina. Laurence, and then Avi.
Thanks. Actually, I think my question was also around the, sorry, first, thanks for this. I think seeing something on paper is very useful. And I think from our perspective, we would subscribe to this idea of start, check, and operate and check. So the concept of making sure that what is being delivered is what we want, I think this is something that we would totally subscribe to. My question was also around the chapeau for paragraph 5, as I don't understand if it means that the fund isn't operational until the conditions are met. But I was waiting to hear your reaction to Debbie's question, because her sequencing, I think I understand, and so I just wanted to see if this is the same vision that...
Okay, thank you. So no, I'm not going to answer that question. The colleagues can answer that question. I think Debbie did articulate those views, and we appreciate colleagues responding to them if that's one. But thank you. Avi.
Thank you, Richard and Uti. I'm going to attempt to summarize the developing country position and invite my colleagues to point out where I've missed things out. And so please do that. I think we all want to echo Debbie's welcome for this text. I think it does progress us from where we were. And all the TC members who've made some very positive and helpful suggestions. We think that there is a pathway here in this revised text to move forward, a pathway for a workable solution. The tension we're dealing with is that, perhaps fueled by the experience of many developing countries in working with the bank, they're anxious that this will be a position without real conditionality, without real options of leaving if it's not working. That this is a little bit like the Hotel California option, where we can check in any time, but we can never check out. And at the same time, we need to balance that with giving the World Bank the option to prove itself, giving the World Bank reasonable option and ability to prove itself. So we need to get that balance right in our prenuptial agreement. I think, therefore, we're talking about the framework, because in fact, some of the language here, I think, needs attention, especially that list of conditions. I think it's changed a bit and needs to be reviewed, but let's talk about the framework. And I think the framework, and this was touched on a little bit by some of the comments from colleagues earlier, has 3 tests to it. The first test
is there a willingness of the World Bank to do this, to try and produce a fifth with these conditions? The second test is, having seen, assuming that they're willing, we need to review the documentation of the fifth to see whether it is able to satisfy the conditions laid out. Able to satisfy, at that point they wouldn't have had time to prove themselves. And the third test is, after a longer period of time of the fifth in operation, of assessing its performance and its delivery. So the way we see this working is that the COP CMA will invite the World Bank to promptly establish an interim solution, a fifth, based on the conditions that are set out. As I said, we need to review these conditions. I think we broadly know where they are. They're about the board being able to set, the board being independent and being able to set its own eligibility and access, many of the things that we've talked about at TC4. Assuming that the World Bank is willing to try and create this fifth along the conditions that we've set out, they will then consult with the board to develop this fifth. At COP29, we believe there will be an assessment by the board on the fifth documentation. So the fifth would not really have had any time to perform yet, but we would have seen their attempts to establish this fifth, and we need to be comfortable that the documentation shows that the fifth is able to satisfy these conditions. That we're not establishing a fifth that just cannot, based on the documentation, satisfy or be capable of satisfying these conditions. I think that's probably the key, being capable of satisfying these conditions. Let's assume that the fifth passes that test. We then start a fixed term. Maybe that's 2 years, maybe that's 3 years. Let's say it's 2 years. And at COP31, the board then carries out an independent evaluation, this is the third test, of the performance and delivery of the fifth. The board may well go and appeal to COP and CMA that 2 years was too short and can we extend that a little bit further. But the point is, when that term is up for the interim fifth, there will be an independent evaluation on performance and delivery. Now, if based on that evaluation, the board may decide by consensus that we will not end the interim process, and we will then continue with the fifth. So there's the option that the board, based on the assessment, will not end, even though the term has come up, but it will continue. And that is a framework, we think, that could be workable and could get us acting and operating in accordance with conditions that I think make this workable as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Avi. Okay, so we've heard you, colleagues. We have some further work to do on this text. I think you've also heard very clearly, Mohammed, sorry. Go ahead, Mohammed. Thank you so much, Richard. Just a small tweak and clarification for what Avi just mentioned. So at the end process, the board will do a recommendation and they'll present it to the COP and CMA, and the decision is done by the COP and CMA, it's not by the board, just like you clarified that. But I feel that we're having a fundamental difference. Where we came as developing countries in this morning, we're understanding that we are creating a fund. We already created it, we are operationalizing it, and we are asking the World Bank to create the space for this fund to fit. And then we'll assess this linkage when this fund is there, then we move forward. Now I'm hearing from some colleagues that legal personality is no go. It has to be a fifth. All those elements that are put forward in relation to eligibility, in relation to the independent policies are not acceptable, which is, we are creating a fifth. We are asking the World Bank to create a fifth for us. I mean, you can go and create the fifth on your own. I mean, nobody stops countries, big countries, to go and ask the World Bank or the World Bank itself to create a fifth. So just to be very clear from our point of view, what we are putting forward is a fund that is already created under the COP and CMA. It is being operationalized. There will be a board with its legal personality and capacity to negotiate and sign with the World Bank. So it has this legal capacity and legal personality to sign with the World Bank and not to be a subsidiary of the World Bank. There is a big difference between a FIF and a CIF and what we are trying to do here. And that's why we, as developing countries, what we put forward is the understanding of the points that were made by many, that this would be a speedy option of operationalizing what we have created is through working hand in hand with the World Bank to house and not to create, to house what we are establishing here and house it, assist in operationalizing it, and based on those elements which are have been very clearly articulated by all of the developing countries in the course of 4 meetings on its independence, its legal personality, its eligibility, its policies to be decided on by the COP-CMA, represented by a board that has the same legal status and legal capacity to sign, and not representatives of a COP that will be sitting hosted generously and hosted by the World Bank to tell them you are a representative of a group, please look at those policies and we are creating our own FIF and you are there just to work on a FIF that we created. So I think there is a fundamental difference here, and I think from the exchange that we are having, it seems that 4 meetings were not enough to clearly explain that from developing countries' point of view, we created the fund, we are operationalizing it, we are putting the different policies, and will be nominating a board that has a legal capacity to go and sign with the World Bank and have this legal capacity to appoint its own head of secretariat and has the legal personality to work based on that. What I'm hearing from colleagues is, thank you so much, those are elements that are very interesting, but we'll pick and choose what of them fits what the World Bank FIF to establish, and this will be the way forward. So just to be clear on that, you can go co-chairs and prepare paper and come back, but if you don't have this kind of understanding that we already created, we are operationalizing with same equal legal personality, capacity to deliver, then I think we need to have further discussion. Because to be very clear, we go to the sources, there is no appetite to say responsibility in sources. We go to operating entity, there is no appetite to say this is an operating entity. You go to eligibility, there is a question around eligibility. You go to legal personality, there is no legal personality. So what are we really creating, or what are we really operationalizing here? I think we were very clear in the points that we put forward by Sunam this morning, and we have been saying it for 4 meetings. This is the 5th. So I hope that this resonates. If it needs further clarification, let us know. But in principle, this is what we have come here to deliver. Operationalize a fund with its legal elements, board with clear eligibility that we have agreed on, clear policies that we agree on, and it will be located in the World Bank. And for this location, there are elements that will be worked on between this fund that is represented by its board and the World Bank that is represented by the World Bank board. But revisiting many of those elements and saying that those does not fit, then we are here just creating something for the for a World Bank and give some guidance to the World Bank. If this is the case, then let us know. So if we are giving guidance to the World Bank to create its own FIF, we need also to understand that this is the approach that we are having now, because I'm really lost in the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohammed. Did you want to come back, Debbie? I'll come back to you, Angela, Heike, and Jens. Let's let Debbie respond to that, please.
Yeah, thanks, Richard. Just to say, I mean, your concerns are very well taken. I think, from my perspective, first of all, this fund will have legal personality if it sits as an interim FIF under the World Bank, because it will adopt the personality as all the other FIFs do. It will be given those assurances, which I think will enable it to operate. and sort of open the way. But what's been really, really clear in all our conversations is that the board, once the World Bank board has agreed with these conditions and signs off that this thing will happen, the board of the fund will have control over it. The World Bank board basically doesn't have anything further to do with it. The board is paramount. The board runs the fifth. Based on what's been agreed here, it can decide its own eligibility criteria. It can decide how it's going to move forward with its policies, etc., which I think is one of the reasons why the review points are really helpful, because then the board again has control to say whether this is working. But maybe we should talk offline. My understanding is the board gets a huge amount of control to drive this forward, which I thought would be helpful.
Okay, so I'm going to let you respond, Mohammed, and then I'm closing my speakers list. I have Angela, Heike, and Jens, and then we will decide on the way forward on this, because this discussion is just getting us stuck in where we don't want to be. But so, Mohammed, I'm going to let you respond, and then Angela, Heike, and Jens. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I mean, the CIF has a board that controls the CIF. A CIF is a World Bank fund. It is a subsidiary of the World Bank. We have FIFs that are created by the World Bank that has its own boards. They decide on their own projects. So we are going in a different direction. This is the fundamental element. If we are, my direct question, does this board have the ability to sign on the document, the hosting document, or any legal document with the World Bank or not? The board of what we are creating here, does it have the capacity to sign with the World Bank on the hosting arrangements or not?
Okay, thanks, Mo. I suggest you and Debbie take that offline. So I think the one thing that there is confusion is that whether the board has legal personality conferred by the World Bank, which I understand they said is no, right? So, but we can have those discussions offline. Angela, then Heike, then Jens, and then I'll wrap up on the way forward on this one. Thank you. Angela.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair. Just let me start my intervention saying that we came here with the idea to reach an agreement on this fund, and I think most of us, we had the opportunity to discuss at national level our main concerns. We made a huge concession here when we decide to have the World Bank on an interim basis. This is a huge concession. In my country, we request to have a standalone fund for the loss and damage. So this is a huge concession that we are giving here. We can accept to have the World Bank or invite the World Bank to operationalize the fund on an interim period. It could be 2 or 3 years. I think 2 years could be enough for us. And we can accept the idea to have an independent evaluation. And if it is necessary, we will have a hard exit in 2 years unless the board, based on the results of the evaluation and the conditions that we will discuss at some point in paragraph 5, unless the board, based on that results of the evaluation, reaches consensus for the fund to remain in the World Bank. So on the basis of consensus, which is key for us, the fund will remain in the World Bank. So we are not saying that the World Bank cannot continue dealing with the fund, but consensus, and according to the evaluation and the conditions that we will need to discuss in paragraph 5, we will get the assurance of the performance of the World Bank in these 2 years. Let me highlight that we, Colombia, we still concerned in terms of the World Bank. We have a lot of concerns, but we are making these concessions because we are thinking in our population, in our vulnerable people, in our countries. If we do not take a decision here,
those who are suffering will suffer more, and we will lose life in our countries. The World Bank, to me, has many, many problems. One of them is the model of the World Bank is focused on loans. The model of the World Bank and the structure is a shareholder-driven. The model of the World Bank cannot give us direct access. There are a lot of problems that we see with the World Bank, and I just want to reiterate that we are making a huge concession as a developing countries. Just let me highlight another thing. The Global Partnership of Education gives the fund to the World Bank. And according to them, the cost of the operationalization or the administrative cost started in 12%, then it increased in 17%, and now they have it in 20.5%. So, and also the World Bank is trying to increase in 24%. So it means that if we decide that the scale of the fund will be 100 billion per year, they will take 24 billion of the fund for their administrative costs. So just to highlight that we're still very concerned in terms of the cost that we're going to pay for the World Bank. But at this point, we think that it could be an opportunity. We are going to give the opportunity to the World Bank to let us know if they can fulfill the recommendations that we are putting there. We need to ensure that the World Bank will be in a condition to perform the tasks. Otherwise, we need to go into a standalone fund. So that's the main position that we want to raise here. Apologies for taking long, but we see with concern that people is not taking into account that we came here with a lot of concessions, and we are not seeing a compromise on this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Angela. And at least from where we're sitting up here, we do see the huge advances made by developing countries today and previously to show flexibility. I share your frustration that seems to be a one-sided display right now. So I call on everybody. Yes, Heike, I call on everybody to exercise flexibility here. Otherwise, we're just talking at each other and hoping somebody's going to fall down, right? So please, colleagues, we only achieve this together. We only make this fund work together, but we will not succeed if we're yelling at each other and telling each other this is how it has to be, right? So I believe developing countries have come very far. I understand, because I'm one of them, the difficult conversations that we are having in our constituencies around the World Bank, the difficult choices that we've had to make as Transitional Committee members to even get this far, and we certainly appreciate that from up here, and I really call on others to don't, if you want to stay entrenched in your position, then we will see you at COP29 or COP30 on this thing, which I know Hannah's going to kill me. You didn't hear that. Okay, thank you very much. So my last two speakers are Heike and Jens, and then we'll wrap up and see the way forward and give further tasks to people. So Heike, please.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you for the paper. I think with the options and the discussion we had now, with the clarifications that come afterwards, we have, from my perspective, a very good basis to make progress, to solve the outstanding issues. I heard colleagues talking or raising questions really in the spirit of getting maybe misunderstandings out of the way, clarifying the structure, and I see no reason why we shouldn't clarify everything that was on the table. So that was, I mean, I was maybe attending a different session, but this is what I heard, and this is the spirit in which I participated. And I think all of us were struggling with what is the right choice here, given really the difficult questions, the right questions, and the fully understandable worries by developing countries. And this is why we jointly came up with this interim, like, new option, the flexibility, and hopefully finalize this now soon, today or tomorrow. And I think I said it this morning, I want us to really work on the basis on sincere conditions, but also a process that is then not set up for failure. And therefore, I mean, you more were highlighting the policies. From my very humble understanding, if the World Bank, and that was evident like all the time, that they have a human resource policy, so that would then be a policy that cannot be taken out by the COP CMA. But everything else, like the substance on policies, is not what is into question here. So just to flag one thing, and I have for, what is it, option 7, the question of timing. Is the 1 year really a time span where we have a chance? But these are really my main questions in order to have a sincere process. That is the only thing I would like to highlight, but I see no problem to come to common ground here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Heike. So we could, if colleagues wanted to make paragraph 7 very explicitly clear, that what is reported to COP29 by the board is whether or not the fifth, as established with its government's documents, has captured the ability to meet the condition, right? So in fact, then the fifth has a policy on direct access, right? Because it's not a board thing right now. The board may give guidance to it, but it would be a fifth policy that says the World Bank now allows direct access under the following conditions, right? So we could look at that to make it clear that none of this is meant to be insincere. It's meant to be a safeguard, right? It's meant to help developing countries be comfortable with this very difficult option that they're talking about. The issue of the admin policies is not that simple, right? In the GCF, we have the executive director of the fund who is salaried at or hired at the level of a VP of the World Bank. I'm not sure that the World Bank administrative policy allows the executive director of this fifth to be at a level of the VP of the World Bank. And if the board so decides that, because it's a board decision to appoint an individual at that level, there may in fact be a critical conflict between what the board is suggesting is required of the leadership person and what the World Bank policies allow. So what people are asking for is that if the board decides to appoint an ED at that level, salaried level or seniority level, that can be applied by the World Bank. And the World Bank can come back and say, actually, no, it's in our assessment of our admin policy or HR policy, it's only at this level, right? So it's to try and avoid that. It's not to try and say we want our own admin policies or information policies. I think that's a mischaracterization that maybe we haven't been clear about. So hopefully we can clear that up, and I think we can find some tweaks on the language on 7 to also deal with the concerns that people have raised. So Jens, you're my final speaker, so please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I'll try to be quick. Also, as I think also you sort of said some of the things that I wanted to say about the process, that with some tweaks. And I think we had, at least what I heard, in particular sort of from what Avinash said and what Debbie said, with this sort of 3-step test approach. I think there was a lot of sort of commonality in that thinking. So at least the way I understood it, that the vision, in a sense, we had in terms of process was very similar. So the only thing I think is important is what Heike mentioned now, that we do give enough time to each of the steps for them to be able to happen. So we don't sort of set up a process that is set up for failure from the beginning. So we really think through that there is enough time, not more time than needed, but enough time for it to be fulfilled. And then just one comment on this part of the legal personality of the board. I mean, basically I have the same understanding as Debbie, but I don't have any sort of principle view on this. But
I have a question in terms of timing, and is this something that needs to be taken into consideration in the timing and the process we are talking about? When I read paragraph 2, it says that the board shall select the host country, etc., etc. So the way I understand it is that we can establish the board before that legal personality is established and the board can actually start working. But I think it's important to think that through in the process, if there are some steps there that needs to happen before perhaps some of the other steps. So again, to create a process that is not set up for failure. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, so thanks, Jed. So I think there's two issues here. One, I think what's expressed by colleagues to not set this up as a failure, and on the other hand, to not set the fund up as a failure to the vulnerable people. So it's not just one about the governance arrangements, it's also about what it is, the impact. I think you phrased it as Heike earlier today. So the board, although constituted by the COP-CMA decision, is only recognized by the World Bank once the 5th document has been approved, right? That's what it is, unless the World Bank decides to do something else. So if it takes 2 years to set up the 5th, the board doesn't exist. Technically, it doesn't exist, right? And it can't do any policy work because it's going to be then in policy conflict with what's in the 5th document. The core function of the legal personality is for the board to be able to contract. So if the board doesn't have legal personality, how do they hire or fire the executive? Is it simply now that they make they go into a selection process, they nominate somebody and they say, World Bank Board, we want to appoint Hadja as our executive director, please appoint her on our behalf, right? So then there's no authority. This is a core reality, right? Unless the World Bank waivers its administrative policy, because that person, Hadja, would be a World Bank Secretariat staff. So it has to have the legal personality. But again, we can have those conversations. So, you need, okay, come on. No, I'm finished. I'm asking if you really want the floor. Yes, you do.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I think this has been a principal position since day 0 when we started this discussion. And I'm really surprised that colleagues come now and say, well, we can have bilateral outside, or like we can discuss it outside. From day 1, we were very clear that this fund is separate from the World Bank, and it is not created by the World Bank. A fifth is created by the World Bank. This fund is housed by the World Bank. So the creation of a fifth in the World Bank is creating the space where this fund will log in. Meaning logging in means it has its own policies, it decides on its own everything, not as a subsidiary of the World Bank like what the SIPs are or the existing FIPs, but as a separate entity that is supported by the World Bank, including on the human HR policies and others, whatever fits there. But when it comes to the real policies on eligibility, on which countries are benefiting, everything is done by this board, which is a COP and CMA related board. And I think this is where we're having the difference. And if it was only asking the World Bank to create a fifth, I mean, nobody stops the contributors and those members of the World Bank board to create a fifth. Nobody stops them. The World Bank can create a fifth for loss and damage in developing countries without waiting for us. So what is the value addition that we are having? We're just like kind of blessing this. I think this is not what we want to do. It is very important for us to have the legal capacity and the personality which allows for the independence of this fund. At the same time, we are extremely flexible with the understanding that the World Bank, having the linkage with the World Bank, would allow for too many things, including what Christina has mentioned on avoiding the issue of accreditation, avoiding many of the elements that will be needed. And this is where we thought, although there's a lot of pushback from developing countries, as TC members from developing countries here, that will be taking this responsibility and coming back to the wider constituency and telling them this is an option that safeguarded 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which is a very clear safeguards asked by our constituencies, but at the same time, that was flexible enough to provide and operationalize as quickly as possible because this is needed. As a TC member sitting here now at day T+2, I like the T's, now we are back to the T, because this is TC4 plus, so we are beyond the 0 deadline. What I'm having is no scale, no resources, no contributions, wider responsibility, no operating entity, no legal personality, World Bank fifth. So what can I go back and report to my constituency and say? Those are the elements, including the operating entity and everything, those are the elements that was requested. We went in for 5 meetings. We came back with the World Bank creating its own fifth and will be, as Richard have mentioned, a committee from representing the COP and CMA sitting there, welcoming what the World Bank would come and tell them, having general negotiations, and we are creating a World Bank fifth, which does not really reflect what we have agreed to. So flexibility that was shown this morning by Dr. Sunam, I think it was premature flexibility. Unfortunately, I have to say that. We should have stayed without saying anything, and we should have had the discussions, and then we come later on based on the understanding of what are the different elements that we're moving forward with. But we came with this flexibility at the beginning, thinking that, as Hannah was saying, one day we'll fix things. But it seems that this flexibility was looked at as that we are desperate. No, unfortunately, we are not desperate. We are either here to have it right, or we can. Unfortunately, Hannah, we cannot move forward based on creating a fifth under the World Bank. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mohammed. So colleagues, I've closed my speakers list. I want to be clear, we want to wrap this up if that's okay. We want to identify the next steps, which is we will continue to work on the paper based on the comments that colleagues have made. I think primarily our focus is on the paragraphs around the interim period itself, the evaluation processes and the exits. We've noted comments on both sides on the conditions, and so we'll see if we can tighten that up, and then we will come back to you with a paper later this evening. So I'm going to suspend the discussion right now. I will come back to my speakers list when we reopen, and Christina, but we need to go and do some work. I think Uti and I are going to send you back upstairs to go and talk about the important subject of sources. So we will give the sources discussion. You can take like 15 minutes off as a break, coffee and tea, and then you can start again at 7:15. 6:15. Sorry, time zone issues. 6:15, and then we will have dinner at 7:30. Where's the paper? The paper of the dinner arrangements. It's in the same place as yesterday. So dinner will be, again, the host country has graciously decided to give us dinner. I'm not quite sure why. I thought you were going to starve us, Hannah. At 7:30 at the Luma Terrace, level P3, which is the same as where we had dinner last night. So if you can go and have another hour discussion, please, Mohammed and Jean-Christophe, hopefully bring us back some good news. We'll have dinner from 7:30 to 8:30, and then we'll come back to this room at 8:30. So we'll see you. We'll see people upstairs at 6:15, and we'll see you for dinner at 7:30, and back here at 8:30. So thank you.